Hello and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you all to today's class. This is class number 2 of internal security. We'll wait for a couple of minutes, let everyone join in the class, and then we will begin. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Somu, good evening. Hello, Golapalli, good evening, Arna, good evening, Sejal. Hello, Mesha, good evening. Good evening, Diksha, Shreyank, Brajneet, Garima, good evening. Good evening, Harshita. Good evening, Vanjinathan. Good evening. Hello, Gunjan. Hello, Saksham. Ankush, Aarti. Good evening. Good evening. Hello, Muni, Basanti. Hello, Shreya, Pablo, Rania. Good evening. Bhimra is saying, do you have only one watch? Bhimra, I think one watch is more than enough. No? Why do you need to have more than one? Good evening, Divya. Hello, Soham. Good evening. Good evening, Subrat, Anushka, Manish. Good evening. Good evening, Sadhanjali, Roshan, Namrita. I'm good. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening, Malakshmi, Rupa, Yogita, Shubham, Sara, Vaibhav. Good evening, Rehan. Good evening, Aditya. Aditya, if it has not been uploaded, it will be done soon, don't worry. Good evening, Shubham. Good evening, Bajneet. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. All right, then. I hope all of you are doing good, and I really hope that all of you attended the first class that we had yesterday. In case you did not attend the first class of internal security that we began yesterday, make sure that you do attend the recorded version. Do see that. Make sure whatever is left, if you have left the entire class, then see the entire recording. If you left a part of it, please see that part so that you are up to date. Yesterday was our first class of internal security. Those who were here, you knew what exactly did we choose or what exactly did we teach. We started a discussion about the subject, the syllabus of internal security. Also, we also majorly discussed about what are the internal security threats that we have in India. We started a discussion about ideologies, left versus right. We then specifically focused on the issue of Naxalism slash Maoism in India. We discuss about the history, how it started in China, how the ideology has come to India, and how it exists in different parts of India even today. Just a quick revision of what we studied yesterday. We started our discussion by discussing differences between extremism and terrorism. We concluded how terrorism is a part of extremism. Extremism can be of different types. Whenever you want to impose your ideology, whenever you want to impose your thinking over some other group, that is what is known as extremism. It can be in different ways. One of the ways in which people try to do that is by using force, by using violence. That becomes terrorism. Terrorism is essentially a part of extremist ideology. Then we discuss about the different types of extremist ideologies that we see in India. In India, extremism usually exists in these three forms: left wing extremism, northeast insurgency, and religious fundamentalism. Although we will discuss all three in the coming classes, yesterday's discussion mainly was on left wing extremism. We started a discussion about how there is a clear connection between lack of development and extremist activities. It is that part of India which has seen the lowest development growth. It is that part of India, interestingly, which is rich in mineral resources, which has a great green cover. That is a part where most of these Maoist activities and Naxal activities has been seen. We have discussed about right and left ideologies. What is a right ideology? What is left ideology? How it began in Europe, in France, how it starts or how it works even today. We also discussed how in India it is not possible to categorize any of the political parties into right or left. In other parts of the world, in US, for example, you can say specifically categorize that Republican is a right party, Democrat is a left party, but in India, it's not easy to categorize because they have mixed approach on most of the issues. Then we started a discussion about how when India became independent, the started of or the issue of uneven development started back then itself. When the British left, they were in a hurry. They did not really look after the requirements of the Indians. Ever since they left, there was uneven division of land. The rights of the common people were not given to them. Power transfer was abrupt. Since then, there have been some areas that have been neglected in development. We discussed about how India's Maoist areas or areas where Maoism is still prevalent have a few things in common. We discussed about the divide that we see. The area which usually sees a lot of Maoist activities is also where we don't have a lot of development. Then we also saw how this is the area which is rich in forest cover, which assists those who want to hide in this. If you remember, we also discussed about how the specific hotspots where the Maoist Naxal activities exist are usually at the confluence of multiple states. How where there are two or three states that meet up, where their border actually coincide, this is where you see these dense forests, and this is where you will see a lot of people trying to hide after committing some illegal acts. We discussed about the concept of mineral curse yesterday, how just having a lot of minerals does not ensure that you will be stable. It does not ensure development of any kind. We took multiple examples. We took example of Venezuela. We took example of Africa as well. How these two places, despite being extremely rich in minerals which are in demand all around the world, they still do not see the kind of development that you actually expect. So there's a clear connection. Then we discussed about left-wing extremism in India, how the word Naxalism started from an incident in Naxalbari. However, the movement first started ideologically from Andhra Pradesh. We discussed about the connection that we have, the ideology that the leaders learned from China. We discussed in brief about the Chinese Communist Revolution, how the Communist Party of China started this entire movement of taking a power from the Nationalist Party. This was a movement led by Mao Zedong, who specialized in guerrilla warfare. Thus, guerrilla warfare is used as a tactic here in India as well by the Maoist Naxalite leaders. Guerrilla warfare again is a tactic that means don't fight your enemy openly. Rather than that, keep on hiding, come out and attack, and then again go back. Then we also discuss about how the ideology says that the war can only be won by the use of violence. The ideology specifically says that there is no use of talking, there is no use of peace, there is no point of coming out and having any kind of negotiations. Then we discuss about how there has been a rural urban divide, how exploitation has happened at the hands of industrialists. There were certain factors that have led to the growth of left wing extremism. The first one related to land. The laws in India, as per land, have not been very favorable to a tribal population. Although we do have the land sealing bills, but they have not been implemented properly. Most of the tribals have not been given proper ownership of the land. There is lack of title or lack of ownership given to them. A lot of tribals complain that their land has been encroached in the name of public welfare. The government says that we have to build these projects in name of public welfare, and thus this area is taken away from the people. Then we discuss about the factors such as forced evictions. Forcefully, the people are being set out of their home. They are being asked to leave, even though on paper they do get some compensation, but in reality, either the compensation is extremely delayed or it is just not sufficient enough. Then we discuss about livelihood related factors. Lack of education, lack of skills means that they are not eligible for a lot of jobs, and thus they are stuck to the few primitive jobs that they used to do, either farming, cattle rearing, collection of the tendu leaves, or collecting snake or trying to catch snakes, collect their poison. These are the few things that they know because of the lack of modern education. Then we also discuss about how there has been social inclusion, there has been lack of dignity, we have seen people being discriminated against. We see how even today, despite multiple laws prohibiting it, We still have practices such as untouchability. We still have practices such as manual scavenging in India, despite multiple laws trying to stop it. We discuss about the lack of governance, how the government schemes, despite being present, have not been able to make an impact. The government officers at the ground level, especially, have been incompetent, have been corrupt. The misuse of the power given to the police, the misuse of electoral politics has all led to the situation becoming even worse. Then we discuss how there have been some groups in India spreading the idea of left wing extremism, trying to gather support. How the government of India has also banned them. There are certain groups such as the Communist Party of India, Maoist, People's War, Maoist Center for India. All these have been banned under the law called UAPA that we'll discuss later on. Then we discuss the spread of Naxalism. Although in the past few years, in a decade or so, we have seen there's a considerable decline in the number of districts that are affected by Naxalism. But the reality is, even today, there are some districts where Naxal activities are out in the open and people generally don't feel safe. Some of them are Dantewada, Bastar. These are all the places where you see very, very little voter turnout because, under the threat of the Naxal leaders, people don't even come out to take part in the elections. Then we discussed about how the number of districts, the area under Naxal activities has been shrinking, although this is a map of 2017, but since then, a lot more progress has been made as per the Home Ministry. Then we discuss about how the government has been trying to approach, what is the government initiative, how has the government been trying to counter this spread of Naxalism. The government usually employs two strategies. First one, development, making sure that the people of the area don't complain that there's not enough development. Building of infrastructure, building of roads, schools, hospitals, the basic infrastructure should be provided. And the second thing the government is doing apart from development, it is counter insurgency, taking up operations against the people who are indulging in Naxalism. Then we studied the last thing that we studied was a 2006 committee on this matter. This was D. Bandhopadhyay committee. He was a retired IS officer from West Bengal who had fought against Naxal leaders through policy making. The committee had suggested what are the reasons why we have Naxal issues in India, why it is still spreading. Gave similar kind of points: lack of socio-economic development, failure of the governance, failure of the government schemes, corruption at the lower level, political marginalization, politicians not caring enough, political parties not being sensitive enough to the needs of the people in this area, the displacement that happens over the decades, trying to remove them forcefully, and discrimination against tribals specifically, taking away their land, not giving them enough reasons to believe the government. This is where we had left yesterday. Okay, so this was a pretty quick revision recap of what we studied yesterday. Now, yesterday, and again, I'll repeat this once again. In case you could not attend the class yesterday for any reason, either the entire class or a part of it, please make sure that in the weekend when you have some time, please do see the recording because, and that is true with every subject. Even if you miss one of the classes earlier, the later classes are just building up on the same thing that we studied earlier. So make sure that you are on track by reading and seeing all the earlier classes. Now, yesterday, most of our discussion was about the issue of Naxalism from the problem side. Yesterday, most of the things that we saw were about the problems of Naxalism. We saw, try to see both the sides of the story. We tried to see the sides of the people, the tribals who support Naxal group, who join the Naxal groups. On the other hand, we also tried to see the problem from the point of view of the government, how difficult it is for the government to resolve this issue and how bad it is because it goes a long, long, long way back. Today's discussion is a continuation of the same, just that from today we will be more focused on the solution part of it. We will be discussing a couple of things mainly. First, what the government has already done. So we will be taking multiple examples of what the government has already done. These are all important for your answer writing because in the answers, whenever the question is asked about Naxal problem or insurgency problem, you will have to write the solutions either You have to suggest the solutions which have not been implemented by the government, or you'll have to write what the government has already done. So both these things will be discussed here. Also, at the end of the class today, we will be trying to write an answer as well, because the entire point of studying these mains related subjects is that you know what to write and what not to write. So by the end of it, we'll also try and see if we can write an answer, what are the pointers to include, what are the pointers to not include, so on and so forth. Okay, before we begin, one interesting phrase. I hope all of you know about this. I'm sure all of you have heard of something called carrot and stick policy. Have you heard of it? Carrot and stick policy. All right. So most of you know about this. Perfect. Those of you who don't know, carrot and stick policy in simple terms means when you want someone to do something, you either give them an incentive that if you do this, I will give you this in return, or you give them a threat that if you don't do this, this will be done against you. As a parent, if you want the kid to study well, if you want the kid to score good marks, there are two ways that you can do that. The first way that you can do that is tell the kid, if you are able to achieve these many marks, you will get something in return. You will get a watch, you will get a bat, you will get whatever the kid wants. On the other hand, also tell the kid, if you don't achieve this, then your playtime will be cut, will not go out, will not go for dinners, etc. That's called carrot and stick policy. In simple terms, carrot would be reward, stick, on the other hand, would mean punishment. A similar kind of a policy is something that the government of India also employs. The government of India has also been trying to do the same thing. Irrespective of the internal security challenges that India government has been facing since our independence. There are different security challenges, some in the northeast that we'll discuss later, some in the Naxal areas. The one strategy that the government always employs is the government encourages the leaders to come out in the open and join politics. You will see it as a very common theme with almost every Indian government, doesn't matter whoever is in power. Whoever protests against them, rather than saying that no, we will not agree to this, or rather than saying we will agree to this, the usual first step of the government is always that okay, if you really think the people want what you are asking, then why don't you fight elections? You come and fight elections and let's make the policies that you want. This has been successful in a lot of cases. If you look at the northeast part of the country, in most of the states, the leaders who used to fight against the Indian forces, some of them or most of them, in fact, have come out in the open, fought elections, even became chief ministers. In take an example of Assam. In 1985, as all of you know, Assam government signed up Assam Accord. I hope all of you know this. You would have read about this in Indian polity, I'm sure. 1985 Assam Accord was signed. You would have read this in relation to CAA, Citizenship Amendment Act. Now, when the Assam Accord was signed, the Assam Accord was signed between the Assam government, the government of India, and there were groups that were protesting, the Assam Student Union, Assam Gan Parishad. These were student groups. The government of India encouraged them, kind of pushed them that why don't you join the politics if you really want benefit of Assam. Most of the leaders joined politics. Most of them became MPs or MLAs. Some of them even became chief ministers of Assam later on. The purpose of the government to do this is two. Number one, reduce the number of illegal activities. So that when the people come out in the open, they will automatically reduce the number of illegal activities. Second thing that the government tries to do by bringing them out in the open is making them realize that being in the government is not that easy. Making them realize that you can't really expect that the government will do everything. I'll give you a real example now. You all see the farmer protest going on. I'll give a very, very recent example. You all see the farmer protest going on. Now, this farmer protest is not a protest that has happened for the first time. You saw a few years back in the midst of the pandemic. The farmers against the farm bills. They were out in the open, they were out on the road, they protested. The protest went on for multiple months. The government finally took back the farm laws. All of you know this, right? Now, what you don't know is something interesting happened in the background of it as well. Second farmer protest that is happening now, and the first farmer protest back in 2020. In between that 2019-20 protest and here, there is something interesting that happened. I'll tell you what happened. After the first farmer protest had ended, because the government took back the farm laws, the farm union leaders, the farmers unions, etc., the Bharatiya Kisan Union, what they did was, in the Punjab assembly elections, they said that we will also field our candidates. The farmers thought that, see, we have so much support, lakhs of people are supporting us, we will win the election, we will form our own government, so we will make our own laws. So in the Punjab assembly elections that took place, the farmer unions, mainly the Bharatiya Kisan Union, etc., they had their own candidates. How many of them? 80 of them. So there were about 80 farmer candidates. They thought, see, we got so much support in the first government agitation, and we thought that maybe we will win and we will make our own government. Do you know the result? The result was, out of 70, 80, 79 lost their deposit. 79 of them lost their deposit. Lost their deposit means they could not even get one-sixth of the votes. Losing deposit means what? Losing their deposit means the one-sixth vote requirement, they could not even get that. Only one of the candidates got one-sixth votes. He also did not win the election. He also did not end up winning the election. So none of the 80 candidates with the farmer groups had actually asked to stand in the election. None of them could win the election. 79 lost so badly that they even lost their deposit. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because this is what the governments usually do. That whenever someone protests against them, the governments force them to come on the ground, make policies so that the government can make them realize it is not that easy. It's very easy to demand something from the government. It's very easy to tell the government, oh, you should do this, you should pass this law, you should not pass this law. But when you are the government, even only then you realize that it is extremely, extremely difficult. Similar is what the government has been trying to do with the Naxal areas as well. The government of India has been trying to convince the Naxal leaders to surrender. The government says, if you surrender, don't worry, we will not impose any criminal case against you. You surrender, come out in the open and fight elections. When you fight elections, you become the chief minister of your state and then make laws whatever you want. We are not stopping you. So, this is something the government tries to do. Now, let's take some specific examples of what the government has been doing. Again, I'll repeat, there are two types of strategies that the government has been using for insurgency areas or Naxal areas. First strategy is development, to build infrastructure, and second strategy is counter-insurgency by the use of force. So let's take an example. In 2010, the government of India started something called Integrated Action Plan. This was a plan which was specifically for 60 tribal and backward districts. So, places where there were issues of development. The government said, in these areas specifically, we will give a specific budget just for development of these areas. So, in 2010-11, they gave a budget of 25 crore rupees per district. 2011-12, they gave a budget of 30 crore rupees per district. There was a committee that was made who will decide the use of funds. The committee was district collector, SP, and the district forest officer. So I'm sure all of you know, in a particular district, the highest police officer is the SP. In a particular district, highest administrative officer is the district magistrate or district collector. And then if it is a tribal district, then you also have a forest officer. So these three people would form the committee. They would decide how and where the funds have to be spent. Now, although this was a good initiative, but again, the problem is these kind of initiatives, when they have to be translated on the ground, there are a lot of issues related to it. Number one, there is corruption. Number two, there are still people who say that no development has been done. How the funds are being used, that also remains a challenge. For example, it is in the interest of the Naxal leaders that there is no development in the area. Please understand, in this entire story, I hope this is clear. In this entire story, there are three different actors that are playing. One actor is the government, one actor are the Naxal leaders, and the third are the tribals who who will decide whether they want to support the Naxal leaders or not. The government tries to build some infrastructure in the Naxal in the tribal villages. Naxal leaders don't want that because the Naxal leaders know if the tribals feel satisfied with the government, the tribals will not support the Naxal leaders. If the tribals don't support the Naxal leaders, that means the Naxal movement will start to drop down. Why? Because the entire point of Naxal movement is to get as much support from the ground as possible. So the fight between the government and the Naxal leaders is to influence the tribals. Who can influence the tribals in a better way? The Naxal leaders want to influence the tribals by telling them or making them believe that the government is their enemy, that the government will never spend any money for their development. On the other hand, for the government, it is important to reach the common people directly, bypassing the Naxal leaders. That is what the government's efforts have been. So, this is an initiative that the government of India started. Now, this committee or this IAP, that is the Integrated Action Plan, it went on for some years. How much money will be spent, where the money was spent, was audited by the CAG. It focused on building of roads, water bodies, building of schools, livelihood, etc. The committee was also asked to make sure that you focus on the implementation of the PISA Act and the fifth and the sixth schedule provisions. I am assuming here that all of you know the PISA Act and fifth and the sixth schedule. Anyone who does not know what is the PISA Act? Anyone who does not know fifth, sixth schedule? If you don't know, please tell me. I'll just clarify quickly because I don't want you to just say yes, yes, and then go ahead. Okay, okay, okay. So those who don't know, let me clarify. Let me clarify. Don't worry. Okay, don't worry. Let me tell you. So let's start with what is the PISA Act. So PISA stands for Panchayat Extension to Schedule Areas. Panchayat Extension to Schedule Areas Act. So this was an act passed in 1996. The idea is simple. In 1992-93, we had 73rd Amendment Act. Panchayats were formed all across the country. Now, what happened then was the government of India realized that there are some areas where tribal population is in majority, mainly the fifth schedule areas. Now, I hope all of you have read the 12 schedules of the Indian Constitution. If you have not done that, please do that. The schedules are important for you to remember. Fifth schedule, as you know, contains the list of 10 states in India. Fifth schedule contains the name of 10 states that have a significant tribal population. So these 10 states that have a significant tribal population, they are named in that fifth schedule. The areas in those states, for example, let's say if this is Chhattisgarh, let's take a simple example. If this is Chhattisgarh, some part of Chhattisgarh will be called as the schedule area. The president of India, by the order, will decide, for example, let's say this area will be called the schedule area. Why? Because this is the area where a lot of tribal population lives. So for this schedule area, there was a special law made for panchayat. This was called the PISA Act. The main difference between the PISA Act and the normal panchayat law is that in the PISA Act, a lot more powers were given to the tribal community. For example, in the panchayat, scheduled tribe reservation was 50%. Scheduled tribe reservation was 50%. The panchayat chairman could only be a tribal. The panchayat chairperson could only be a tribal. A lot of powers were given to the Gram Sabha. If anyone wants to sell their land, the Gram Sabha first have to give permission that can we sell our land to someone else or not. Also, no land could be transferred to non-tribals. No land could be given or sold to non-tribals, so that the land is not given out to industrialists. They don't come in and force the people out. These are the main provisions of the PISA Act. In the PISA Act, in these areas, schedule areas, Ram Sabha has been given a lot of powers. Ram Sabha decides on a lot of common local issues. This is the PISA. It's just a more powerful version of the Panchayat law. The Panchayat law already exists, 73rd Amendment Act. This was specifically for panchayats in the schedule areas, that is the fifth schedule areas. Similar to Panchayat law, just that scheduled tribes specifically were given a lot more powers. So this is what the point is, that effective implementation of PISA should be done. Fifth and the sixth schedule states which have tribal population, they should also be ensured that all the laws in place will be implemented properly. Similarly, there is another law called the Forest Right Act of 2006. This is the law called Forest Right Act of 2006. So I'll just tell you what this law is. Forest Rights Act 2006. These are laws which you will study in detail in social issues, social justice, those kind of subjects. Forest Rights Act. What this law says is the tribal population has been living in the forest for a very long time. There are tribals who are living in a specific part of the forest for 50, 60 years, 100 years, but they don't have any official paperwork to prove that this is their home. They came to forest 50, 60, 100 years back. They built a house for themselves and they have been living there since then. No one came to ask. But now when the government asks them, prove that this is your house, they don't have any paperwork to show. So the government said, okay, no issues. We will give you official paperwork that this is your area, so that no one can remove you from here in the future. This is called the Forest Rights Act. Per family, per family, 4 acres of land would be given. Per family, maximum 4-acre land will be given if the family proves that they have been living in this area for a long time. They have to prove that they have been living in this area for a long time. They can't just randomly say, give me this land, give me that land. No. They'll have to prove that they have been living here for a long time, and then the government authorities will give them proper paperwork that they are the owners of this land. Maximum 4 acres per family will be given. Now, again, this law also is good on paper, but it has not been implemented well. The reason is simple. It's difficult to now, without paperwork, prove that you have been living here. I'll connect it to something else. I'll connect it to something else in history. Do you know when partition took place, when a lot of people came to India from Pakistan, lot of people from India went to Pakistan. The people who came here, they started demanding that we had so much land in Pakistan, we were so rich, we should be given land here also. So the government did give some land to the people who came here from Pakistan. But how can the government prove that yes, you had a lot of land in Pakistan? Because now everyone will start demanding the same. The same is the problem here. When the government makes a law that we will give you 4 acres of land per family, anyone will start making a claim that now this is my land, I used to live here. So, how can the authorities prove this? There is no fixed method to do this. What the governments usually do, and what they did in case of partition also, was that the government will ask the people around you. So those who have been living with you in the same locality nearby you, the government will ask them, would they tell the truth or not? No one knows. But this is how the governments usually decide. The governments ask them that, is this person telling the truth? Did he actually have so much land? Should we trust him? Should we give him the land or not? Only then, once it is decided, only then this land is given. So the problem is, this process has a lot of loopholes. It's not a process without any loopholes. People can bring false evidences. People may give false testimony that yes, he had land or did not have land. So the implementation of this kind of a law is also never 100%. So the government in the integrated action plan IAP that we have been talking about said that we will focus on implementation of laws such as PISA, and Forest Right Act also should be implemented properly. Let's go ahead. Apart from this, another example of the government initiative was something called the Sarand Action Plan. This is called the Sarand Action Plan. Now, the Sarand Action Plan was a state specific plan that is in Jharkhand. Now, the area here, the Sarand basically is the name of a forest. So, if you're from Jharkhand, you would know Sarand is a very, very dense forest in Jharkhand. This is the area where a lot of tribal population lives. This is an area where the government, or where the Naxals have also been trying to hide for a long, long time. This is an area where the tribal population has been in the influence of the Naxal leaders for a very long time. So what the government did was, the government launched the Sarand Action Plan. The idea was simple: to have development in this area, to give livelihood opportunities for the people of this area. See, one thing is common that has been proven time and time again, that whenever there is any protest against the government, most of the cases you will see the protesters are those who don't have any job, who don't have any work to do. In most cases, take this example. Let's say you are going to office in the morning 9 a.m., you're on the road, and on the other side of the road you see a protest. Now, the protest may be something that you will support, but what are the chances that you will skip the office and join the protest? What are the chances? There are very, very few chances that you will actually leave your work, you will leave your job for the day, and then you will start to join the protest. You will not do that. Mostly, the people who actually join the protest, or the people who are part of the protest, are ones who don't have job, or ones that who do not have any opportunity. Thus, the government thought that once we start this action plan, maybe we will be able to force the tribals away. But in reality, it has not been successful. The government itself has forgotten about it. It started in 2011. For first 2 years, 2012-13, the government focused on this. The government thought, okay, we'll try to do something, but then nothing happened. One other problem that we have in democracies is that whenever the government changes, new government never wants to continue the scheme of the old government, because they think if the scheme is successful, old government will get the credit, and if it is not successful, then there is no point of doing it. So the problem also is that whenever there is a plan or a scheme that begins, and the government changes later on, most of the schemes are then gone out of the window. Either they rename them, I am not putting any allegation, but either you rename them or you basically try and do something else. Give you an example. I'll give you an example. Uh, so, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, great idea. The Prime Minister saying that the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is very good. The government of India said that people should be cleaning their surroundings, and the Prime Minister made a big deal out of it. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. All of you support this, right? Do you know, before that, we had something called Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan. We had something called Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan, started by the Congress government, exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. It was renamed to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Again, not putting a blame or anything, but just an example that when the new governments come to power, either they will stop the old policies altogether. Doesn't matter how successful or unsuccessful they are. Or they will change the name so that at least the credit does not go to the old government, the credit comes to us. I'll give you one more example. Have you heard of have you heard of something called Act East policy? You would have all heard Act East policy. What is this? This is just a new name for Look East policy, nothing else. Rebranded to Act East policy. So basically, the government said, for so many years, we have just been looking, man. We have not been doing anything. Now we will act. Not just look, now act. So again, this is how the things work. So basically, the plans at the state level work in such a manner as do at the center level that whenever the government changes, you will see a change in plan. Now, one other thing that I would like to clarify here, I will be giving you multiple such examples of government initiatives in the answers. In the answers, when you're writing the UPSC answer and you have to give suggestions or give examples, a lot of times people get confused between the initiatives of the center government and the state government. So please be careful while writing that. For example, Sarand Action Plan is a Jharkhand government initiative. So don't write center government started Jharkhand Action Plan, because even a small mistake like that may have a negative impact on the marking. The first one that we studied, sorry, the first one that we studied, integrated action plan, that's a center government policy. This one is a Jharkhand government policy. So there are two ways to look at this now. What the students do is there are two ways that they can do this. One, the students while preparing, they think I will only remember center government policies, I will not remember state government policies, so that there's no confusion. Either you can do that, that only remember examples of center government, don't remember examples of state government. Either you can do that, that's entirely up to you. Or be very careful. Be very careful while quoting the examples that is it a state specific example or is it a center government example. So IA program or integrated action program, integrated action plan for the center government one, Southern action plan is the state government one. Another example, civic action program. This was to give more funds to central armed police forces, to give more funds to CRPF, BSF, ITBP, SSB, Sashastra Seema Bal, those who are working in the left wing extremist areas. Make sure that they are given much more funds, because right now, at least the local police of these areas, the weapons that they have are much worse, much older, much more obsolete than the weapons that the Naxals have. There is an ongoing joke, which is a sad joke, but there's an ongoing joke in the police in the Naxal areas that the Naxal will never attack the police station. Why? Because they have much better weapons than us anyway. Why would they come and attack us? They have nothing to take from here. The police have very old, obsolete weapons. The Naxals have been given much, much higher weapons, and they have much more of this. Then we also have something called Universal Service Obligation Fund. Now, what exactly is this? Any idea what is this? Have you heard of this? Don't Google. Have you heard of this? Universal Service Obligation Fund. Any idea? Okay, okay, okay. I'll tell you what this is. So this idea is simple. If you are a telecom company, let's say you are owner of Geo, Mr. Ambani, you are the owner of Airtel. What happens in this case is you will only set up mobile towers in those areas where there is a large population so that you can earn enough money, right? Why do you think you don't get a good internet connection in villages? Why do you think so? Is there something wrong in the villages? No, nothing wrong in the climate, nothing wrong in the land. Why don't you get proper internet connection or proper tower in the villages? Because the companies have not set up their towers in the villages. Because they know in the villages the population is lesser, people will not recharge their mobile phone, so how will they earn money? So these companies, telecom companies, will only set up infrastructure in those areas where they have the potential to earn money. That is why you go to high mountainous areas where the population is lesser, you will never get a good internet connection or telecom connection. Why? The problem is not with geography. The problem is the companies have just not set up towers there. Because why would they? It's a loss making thing for them. If you go to Ladakh, if you go to, and now I don't know the current situation right now, but even today, if you go to border areas, Ladakh and even higher on the border areas, the only telecom connection you will get is BSNL. You will not get other network because other companies have not set it up because it is a loss making thing for them. There are not enough people who will recharge it. BSNL is a government company, so they have to do this no matter what. If you go to Andaman Nicobar, if you go to Port Blair, for example, today if you go to Port Blair, there are only two options available: BSNL or Airtel. You have to have either Airtel SIM card or BSNL SIM card in Port Blair. Only that will work. Some years back, there was only BSNL. Only when Airtel started to realize the population is increasing, let us set up tower there. That is when they set up the tower. Even today, you don't have any Geo services. You don't have any Vodafone Idea services in Port Blair, Andaman Nicobar. Now, how does the government solve this problem? Because the government has to solve this problem, right? You can't discriminate against people. You can't say, oh, you are living in this area, we can't give you internet connection. The government has a responsibility to do that. So there are two ways in which the government can solve that. Because this is a problem that exists in tribal areas also. In tribal areas, because people are poor, telecom companies know they won't be able to recharge frequently, so they won't earn a lot of profit. Telecom companies don't set up their towers in these areas. So now the government has two options. One option that the government has: use BSNL, government company, they will do that. One option is BSNL. That is why BSNL is such a loss making company right now, because they have to set up services in those areas where no one is taking the services. Second option they have is this: Universal Service Obligation Fund. Now, what is this? So, this is a fund that the government created. The government told telecom companies, every telecom company have to deposit 5% of their revenue in this fund. So, all the telecom companies, whatever revenue that they are making, 5% of that has to be in deposited in this fund. So Geo, Airtel, Vodafone, if they, let's say, if they make 100 crore rupees of revenue, 5 crore they have to deposit in this fund. This money will be used to set up towers in those areas which are affected by Naxalism. This money will be used so that one single company doesn't have to spend the money. Mobile tower, mobile connectivity will be given in these areas to improve mobile connectivity infrastructure using this fund. That is the idea of Universal Service Obligation Fund. Now, do you think telecom companies will be happy with it? Do you think they would like it? Obviously not. See, anyone who is running a business, they are in there for profit. No company is in a business so that they can donate money here, they can donate money there, etc., etc. So what has happened is recently the companies, Airtel, Geo, Vodafone, Idea, all of that, these have requested the government, please reduce this to 3%. Please reduce this to 3%. The government is still thinking of it. Krishika, no, this is not only for Naxal area. So it is a fund that existed for a long time. It is a fund that is used to set up mobile towers in secluded areas. It can be normal forest areas, it can be mountainous areas. Now the government has said that the same funds can be used for Naxal areas as well. The same funds can be used for Naxal areas. So this is not a fund specifically for Naxal areas, but it is a fund that is used to set up infrastructure in those places where you don't have infrastructure because the companies don't find it profitable enough. Then the government also started some other schemes, Roshni, which is a skill development program. Then the compensation, the government gives compensation usually for families and victims of violence in Naxal areas. Another very interesting scheme, surrender, rehabilitation, and mainstream policies. Now, this is very interesting. The government started this surrender, rehabilitation, and mainstreaming policy. Now, what do you mean? Now, please listen to this. The government said, if you are a Naxalite, come and surrender to us. When you surrender, and there were different schemes for different states. So, some states, for example, said, if you surrender, we will give you 50,000 rupees cash. We will give you, let's say, 2 acres of land. We will give you government job or something like this. Again, this is not the exact terms. I'm just giving a random example. Chhattisgarh government, for example, said we will do this. Jharkhand government would have said, okay, we'll give you 1 lakh rupees. We will fund your marriage also. We will organize your marriage, etc. Government job will be given. No jail, no case against you, etc. All these things are policies which come under this. Surrender, we will rehabilitate you, we will bring you to mainstream politics. Now, what happened? What happened? Sorry for laughing at this, but what happened was the Naxals realized the bigger weapon you have while surrendering, the more money you will get. For example, if you surrender with a very small weapon, government will think, oh, you are a low level Naxal. They will not give you any money. They will say, oh, you are not important. If you surrender with an AK-47, then the government will give you a lot of money because they will think, oh, we have caught a big leader because no one recognizes the Naxal leaders. So now, and this is true, there is a black market in Jharkhand. So what happens is, let's say I am a common man, I have no connection to Naxalism. I will try and buy an AK-47 somehow illegally. I will pay 30,000 rupees to buy AK-47 illegally. Next day, I will go to the government and I will tell them, see, I am a very big Naxal leader. I have killed 10 people with this AK-47. I want to surrender now. Government will say, oh, great, come, we will give you 2 lakh rupees. So government will give me 2 lakh rupees because I surrender. I'll get a government job also. I will also, maybe I get my marriage sponsored as well from the government. So that has happened. Now, this is where you have to understand how human psychology works. This is where the government schemes on paper are very different. When the government launches a scheme on paper, it's very different. And when the government actually tries to implement them on the ground, it's extremely different. Because again, the more or the heavier weapon you have, the more dangerous you are considered in the eyes of the government, in the eyes of the administration. And the government also wants to show to the people, right? See, we caught a Naxal who had AK-47. Vote for us. See, we caught them. So again, this is how the entire industry works. It is sad, but that is true. That is how the entire surrender rehabilitation thing is going on. So even if you have no connection to Naxal, you just come out in the open because what better way do you have to get a government job? Here you are spending so much money being with me, so listening to the lecture for 3.5 hours. Even then, you're not sure will you get it or not. All that you had to do, man, is to go to Jharkhand, buy a revolver, surrender the next day. Voila, you have what you wanted. Wrong planning, guys. Wrong planning. Anyway, so basically, the rehabilitation surrender thing that also becomes extremely problematic. Then The government has also initiated a specific division under Home Affairs Ministry. So far, whatever we discussed were development related provisions. Now we are jumping to the second part, what the government is doing in terms of countering this by the use of force. So as I said, there is a carrot and stick policy. So far, what we discussed was the carrot policy, the incentives to be given. Now the stick part, the action government is taking by the use of force. First, under the Home Affairs Ministry, as we discussed yesterday, Home Affairs Ministry is the one responsible for India's internal security. Under Home Affairs Ministry, a specific division has been set up called Left Wing Extremist Division. Now, this is common. Every ministry has multiple departments under it. Like if you look at the finance ministry has a department of revenue that will just look into revenue collection of the government. Department of economic affairs responsible for making the budget. There are different departments set up. For example, in the external affairs ministry, there are different departments for different parts of the world. Department to look into Middle East politics, department to look into Europe, Southeast Asia, etc. Similarly, in the Home Affairs Ministry, also there are different departments set up for various purposes. Now, a special division has been set up specifically for left wing extremism. What do they do? They look into implementation of all these schemes that we talked about, whether the schemes implemented by the government are actually translating on the ground or not. Do they require some help? This is what this department looks into time and time again. So, again, if you become an IAS officer and you get to work in the Home Affairs Ministry, you might be working in this division someday. Might be. So, this is what the division does. And that day, do remember this class. So this is what the division does. They try to look into the implementation of all the policies of the government specifically against left-wing extremism. Now, what does this division do? I'm telling this in detail because this is a very good point to write in the answer. The government schemes, etc., on one side, but this is also a very good point to quote in the answer. What is it that the government is doing? Example of government initiative, left-wing division. So this is what their functions are. Number one, they help the states to combat left wing extremism. How? By giving them more money, by making sure that whenever they require some help, whenever they have any issues, they are the ones who are actually giving the support. Then we also have deployment of CAPF, Central Armed Police Forces. Please understand, Central Armed Police Forces work under Home Ministry. They include ITBP, CRPF, Sashastra Seema Bal. They are the one Assam Rifles. So they are the ones who are usually working in this area. The division also provides funds for the Central Armed Police Forces to get better infrastructure, helicopters, drones, civic action, etc. Then they also give advisory to the states based on intelligence. So if they have some intelligence that some operation is being planned, they will inform the states beforehand. They give assistance to states in the form of funds for any other threat that has come up. They also coordinate with central ministries who are working in this department. All of these are the functions that this division performs. Again, the division has been made responsible for making sure that all these problems of Naxal areas are curtailed. Pooja, the full form of CAPF is written right here, beta. Right here, that full form is written. Central Armed Police Forces. This is the one that works under the Home Ministry. Now, other important initiatives. There is also something called National Policy and Action Plan. National Policy and Action Plan, a government beginning to engage more with the local community. See, again, if you look at the year of the scheme, it gives you a very good indication. Like, see, the year of the scheme is 2015. So now imagine the government changed in 2014. Rather than continuing on the old policies, the government thought, we can't continue on the old policy, man. We can't share the credit. Let's have a new policy. So 2015, they started a new policy. Rather than a drastic change. The policies that are introduced after every few years, they are not anything new. The national policy and action plan also is nothing new. It's the same thing. Just see, engage with the local community, have infrastructure, have development. It's the same thing. There's nothing new, absolutely nothing new. But the reason why you have these policies repeatedly, time and time again, is because you see a change in the government. So it's also got to do with the politics of it. So 2015, that is why the National Policy Action Plan was introduced. There was no need for it, except when the government changed, they thought we'll do something interesting now. Okay, before I go ahead, uh, any questions so far from whatever we have discussed, please let me know. And hopefully restrict your questions to whatever we have discussed so that we can do this in a few minutes and then we'll go ahead. Rani Singh, are the Naxal leaders agitating because they are really affected or they are just power hungry? Rani, there's always a mix of it. The same question can be applied to farm leaders. Are the farm leaders protesting because they're really affected by it or they're just power hungry? So it's always a mix of both in all cases. Vikram, there is no background of national action plan. The problem of Naxalism has continued. There's nothing new that has happened. Just that the government thought that the existing schemes are not effective enough. So let us form another action plan where we will be focusing on development also, talking to people as well. Ankush is saying, are these CAPF important for disaster management also? Ankush, there is no law that specifically says which force will be used for disaster management. We just have the disaster management response team that comes in. After that, the government decides. If the government thinks that the CAPF is nearer, they can post them there. They can do that. If they think army has to be called, they can call the army as well. There's no law that prevents them. Vikram is saying internal security resources. Vikram, I'm not sure what your question is. Internal security resources means for this subject or for the country India, what resources? I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. Kumari is saying left wing extremism is totally related to Naxalism. It is Naxalism only. I think you did not attend yesterday's class. There was someone, I forgot the name, who was asking me what is Naxalism. So if you have these questions, I'm sure you did not attend the class yesterday. Please attend yesterday's class. Left wing extremism is a generic name. That is what Naxalism is. Vikram, yes, the PPTs and book is good enough. Shubham is saying if the government give job to Naxalites, is this safe for the country? How the government believe in this person? So Shubham, before any kind of job, etc., is given, the government does a background check. The government does a background check of what exactly is the person's background, what is his thinking, and only then they take up these kind of efforts. Also, the government jobs that are given are not in such a way that they can impact a larger security structure. Prem Kumar is saying LWE has impact on India Myanmar relations also. Not India Myanmar relations. India Myanmar relations are impacted by Northeast insurgency. We'll discuss that later. Then Simran Singh, isn't providing network and technology advancement will aggravate Naxalites and relations with foreign influence? Simran, see, there are two ways to look at it. If you don't provide any telecom facility, any internet facility in that area, thinking that Naxal leaders will now come in touch with China or Pakistan, etc. But that also means you're discriminating against the common population living there. So there has to be a balance. You can't deprive the common population of the most basic rights. And I know what you're saying is right. There's always a danger that any technology will be and can be misused. But again, you have to strike a balance there. Okay, I'll take a couple more and then we'll go ahead quickly. Satyapal, please attend yesterday's class. We discussed what is fascism. It's a one party rule, one single person rule who believes in dictatorship. Chaya Singh, are Naxals really a threat to the nation? Chaya, absolutely they are. If anyone attacks the security forces, intention of killing them, they are a threat to the nation. Simple. Nancy saying, so the government job will only begin to tribal people in those areas. Nancy, not tribal, but Naxals who retired. Now, most of Naxals are tribals only, but the definition is not tribal, definition Naxals. Gunjan is saying where they get the weapons from. So Gunjan, if you have the money in India, you can get almost anything. So most of the weapons come in from China, illegally from Bangladesh, illegally from Nepal as well. Um, Vikram, if you think that there's no force, there is no force. As I told you yesterday, this is not a prelim subject. You may choose to leave and attend this class later on if you are focusing only on prelims. In that case, bye bye. Uh, Okay, a couple more quickly and then we'll go ahead. Parveen is saying the role of forest officials in countering LWE. Parveen, forest officials are not responsible for countering LWE. As a forest official, you don't get the training to fight against people. You get the training to control smugglers. So no, forest officials are not responsible for countering LWE. Satyapal, please attend the class that we had yesterday. I think you are asking questions that were discussed yesterday. So please attend yesterday's recording first and then you can ask these questions. Um Dwai Payan is asking, are Naxals, guys, now you can stop answering, asking questions. We'll just take a couple more, then we'll go ahead. Uh, Dwai Payan is saying, are Naxal women affected or brutally tortured or raped by police or local zamindars? I'm asking this question because I read many of these writings during my graduation. Again, I gave a real example yesterday. I think you did not attend the class yesterday, so see yesterday's recording. We discussed this in a lot of detail, the action of the police, how does it impact? What you are saying, yes, it has happened. But to say that every police person does that, that is also not true. Uh, Bhim Rai Singh, in China and Pak make proxy war through Naxals? Yes, they can. Pavitra is saying Naxals are come from the tribes. Usually they do. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead then. Apart from the ones that we have already discussed, there are some other government initiatives as well that the government has taken to counter Naxalism. Security related expenditure scheme. So what the government has specifically increased the funding for states that are affected by left wing extremism, giving them more money, allowing them to have better weapons with the police. For example, 90 districts have been selected for training and operation of the police forces in those areas, for training them how to deal with these issues. Also, the government has been understanding the fact that anyone who dies due to these violence, their family members are much more liable or much more probable to actually join the Naxal movement. Again, let me repeat what I said. The government has realized that if someone dies in violence in Naxal areas, their family members are very probable to join the Naxal movement to take revenge. So government has realized that also. Government has been making sure that anyone who dies in Naxal violence, their family members get compensation, they get government jobs, etc. as well. Those who surrender are given rehabilitation by the state government. The question is, do you have to remember all these government initiatives? The answer is no. You don't have to remember all these government initiatives. So you can pick and choose. I'll give you some of the initiatives and basically the ones that we are discussing in total. There are about 10 to 12 examples that I'm giving to you. You don't have to remember all these 10 to 12 examples. What you can do is handpick, choose 5 or 6 of them. The suggestion usually I give is the more recent the example is, the better it is. So, for example, if you remember a government initiative that took place recently, that's always better as compared to giving an example of government doing something in 2010. Like the integrated action plan was in 2010. So it's an older example. If you don't remember anything, then you can give that example, obviously. But whenever you're giving an example of government initiatives, it's better to be as close to the present as possible, as relevant as possible, rather than going 15 years back, 12 years back, 20 years back, because that is mostly outdated. So, again, number one, you don't have to remember all the government initiatives. Number two, try and remember more from the recent view rather than going back to 2010 or earlier. The government also has a modernization of police forces scheme to ensure that they have enough infrastructure whenever they require in terms of weapons, in terms of night vision cameras. All these are things that the government is trying to do with the police forces. The government has also tried to fortify the police stations. We have seen a lot of instances of the Naxals trying to attack the police station not to get weapons, but whenever the police, let's say, arrests a couple of Naxal leaders, the Naxals try to attack that police station to bring them out and also to give a lesson to the police or show an example to the public, to tell the public that, see, the police can't even protect themselves, how will they protect you? This is all a bit of mind games being played by the Naxals and the police. The government wants the common tribals to believe that they are safe under government. Naxal leaders are trying to prove that, see, even the government officers are not safe. How safe can you be? And this is where this battle goes on. This is why even the police stations are under threat, because whenever they arrest someone, there is an attack that can come in. The government has just fortified the police station, means building much more infrastructure nearby. The government approved 400 police stations to be fortified. Most of them have been completed now. Fortified police station basically would be making sure that they have multiple defense walls, they have cameras, etc., to see who is coming, they have better weapons, they have a parameter that is secured so that they can counter attack if there's an attack against the police station. Also, some other examples, the government has been giving, as I said, more help to central government agencies, the CAPF, etc. Central Armed Police Forces have been given a lot more money. Even Indian Air Force have also been given fund to buy helicopters, to buy drones, etc. In this area. The government has also launched the Civic Action Plan to implement any gap between the local people and the security forces. The government of India has tried to force or has tried to encourage the security forces to interact with the common people. The common people should not see them as outsiders. The common people should not hesitate from talking to them. These are other government initiatives that have been taken. One other thing is the plan of media. Now, media here plays a very, very, very important role, extremely important role. The image that you have in your mind about farmers or Naxals or anyone protesting against the government, that image is built by the media. If the media 24/7 tells you that a group of people are protesting against the government and they are the enemies of the country, you will start to believe that that is true. If the media only shows you one side of the story, that Naxals are attacking the police station, Naxals are killing the politicians, and not tell the other side of the story, you will at the end of the day start believing that Naxals are gangsters, they are the ones who have no objective but to kill common people, and you would not even try to see the other side of the story. Media thus plays a very, very, very important role. Thus, what the government has done here is a couple of things. Number one, use the media to try and do two things. Number one, in the area where there is tribal population, the programs, the news programs, the radio programs that are run, they should propagate the idea of government. They should propagate the idea of government schemes so that the common people in that area, the tribals, understand that the government is not their enemy. There may have been some policemen who did something terribly wrong and they are being punished for it. But the tribals or the local population should not consider that the entire government is like that. One bad person cannot be a true representative of the entire administration. And the media has the responsibility to come out and to ensure that the people understand this. Similarly, on the other side, the media also has a responsibility to show the other side of the Naxal movement to the common people of other part of the country as well. Not just show one side of the story, not just show Naxal violence, also tell them the story behind it. Why is it that the Naxals engage in violence? Why is it that we have these problems? Many radio programs are being organized, many documentaries, etc., are made. The government also has been trying to ensure that the tribals get a lot more exposure. Have you heard of something called Eklavya schools? Have you heard of Eklavya schools? I'm sure some of you would have had heard of it. Eklavya school or Eklavya model residential school, as you call them. Okay, okay. So those who know it, great. This is again an example of something that the government has done. So I'll basically tell you what this is. So I'll tell you what this is. Those who have not heard about this, those who have not heard about this, have you heard of Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya? Have you heard of Jawahar Navodaya schools? If you have not heard of Eklavya schools, maybe you would have heard of Jawahar Navodaya schools. Okay, okay. So I'll tell you. So Jawahar Navodaya schools basically are government-run schools, very old scheme. It is present in every district of the country. Every district of the country has at least one Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya. Excellent schools, free of cost. You get admissions, let's say in class 5. I think there are two classes where you get admission. I think class 5 and class 8, if I'm right, something like that. So basically, and totally free of cost. These are residential schools, so you live in that school, you study in that school, everything is done there. Uh, One of my very close friends passed out from this school. So they focus on overall development. They have exchange programs also. For example, you are living in, you take admission in a school in Karnataka. For some years, you might live and study in a school in Maharashtra. For some years, you might go to a northeast state, and then you can have exchange there as well. Exchange programs are done, sports activities without any cost, absolutely zero cost, and they give excellent results. Again, there are many people I know from this school, excellent scholars, achieved a lot of great things. So again, this is open for everyone. Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, you just have to give an entrance test. So there's an entrance test that is, and on the basis of that you get it. Now what the government did was, learning from this, it was successful, it still is successful. Learning from this, the government started Eklavya schools. Now what are Eklavya schools? So Eklavya schools, similar to that, just that it is specifically for tribal kids, for the tribal kids. So the government started this in 1997, 98. Also, please remember, this is not in every district. This is not in every district. These schools are in those districts which have at least 50% population as scheduled tribe. So those districts where at least 50% population, 50, comprises of scheduled tribes, these are the schools where you would have, or these are the districts where you will have Eklavya schools, again free of cost entirely, residential schools. The model is the same as Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya. They follow CBSE curriculum. So again, top quality education. The idea is to make sure that the next tribal population, the next generation of the tribal population, when they grow up, they have multiple options to earn a livelihood. They have multiple options to come out and be a part of the mainstream society, rather than being uh, rather than just being concentrated in some parts, rather than being limited to some tribal areas. Go out in the open, assimilate in the society, learn a new skill, make sure that you actually go ahead and learn something new, have your own entrepreneurship venture. This is what the government is trying to do. These are Eklavya schools. Vaishnavi, no, Kendriya Vidyalaya are different. Kendriya Vidyalaya are different. Uh, so Kendriya Vidyalaya are not free, number one. First, they are not free. Secondly, the objective of Kendriya Vidyalaya was very different. Since you asked, I'll just tell you what Kendriya Vidyalayas were. Kendriya Vidyalayas were set up with a very different objective. The objective of Kendriya Vidyalaya was the government servants who are in the government jobs, they can get transferred at any point of time. So the problem with government servants being transferred was, when they were transferred, their kids had to leave the school, and in the middle of the year, they could not get admission anywhere. Because, for example, if you're in Chandigarh, then you are transferred all of a sudden to some other state. How do the kids get admission in the middle of the curriculum year or curricular? They will not get it. So what used to happen was the government set up Kendriya Vidyalayas, although it is open to everyone, anyone can take admission, but the objective was if a government servant is transferred, their kid will be given admission in Kendriya Vidyalaya in the middle of the year also, no questions asked. That was the objective of Kendriya Vidyalaya. It still is the objective of Kendriya Vidyalaya even today. So they are not free schools. They charge a fee, normal fee, but again, they are not residential schools also. These are residential school. Children live in the school. They don't live at their home. So Kendriya Vidyalaya are different. They are open to common public as well, but the main objective was for government servants to keep getting transferred here and there. These are different. Not just for defense, again, defense also, normal government servant also. So this is the idea for Kendriya Vidyalayas. Anyway, some of the other government initiatives focusing on building of roads. There is something called a road requirement plan implemented by Ministry of Road, Transport and Highway, specifically in specifically in left-wing extremist districts. The government scheme is to build 5,422 kilometers of road. Most of it has been done. No, Nayana, Navodaya Vidyalaya are very different. Sainik schools are very different. All these are different. Navodaya Vidyalaya different, Kendriya Vidyalaya different, Sainik School different, Air Force School is also different, Ankush, yes, Ramakrishna Mission schools are also different. These are all different entities. All different entities. So the government has not just been focusing on building telecom connectivity with the help of Universal Service Obligation Fund, they've also been trying to make sure that we give a push to road development, as such, the road requirement plan. Because again, road should not be seen as just an infrastructure where you can travel easily. Having a better road is a way for you to have a better life. Plus, just understand, if you have a medical emergency and you don't have a doctor or a hospital nearby, you would have to go to far off place. It depends whether there is a road that will determine whether you can reach on time or not. When you have a road, the chances of flooding is much lesser. The chances of you covering the distance is much more. You can get more job opportunities also. There can be jobs coming in. So road is not just any capital infrastructure built. Building of a road can have a major impact on many other aspects of life. Now, there is a mobile tower project also going on with the help of Universal Service Obligation Fund. This is a phase two going on where the government of India has approved 4,072 mobile towers to be set up specifically in these areas. The expense will be over 7,000 crore rupees. In first phase, the government has already installed 2,335 mobile towers. One thing else that the government has done, aspirational district program. So basically, a few years back, the government started something called the Aspirational District Program. Now, in the Aspirational District Program, the government of India basically selected some of the districts that are extremely backward in India on various parameters. It was something that started in 2018. So let's call it ADP. Now, the Aspirational District Program 2018. The objective of the government was to see if we can make a difference in these districts which have been backward for a very, very long time. So, districts that have very poor social economic indicators, very poor, let's say, ranking in terms of per capita income, in terms of health, in terms of literacy level, those are the ones who were selected when where they did not have enough nutrition, education, etc. Then the government focused specifically on these programs. Niti Aayog was roped in. Niti Aayog looked into the progress of these districts. Many of these were districts from the Naxal affected areas. Many of these were districts from the Naxal affected areas where the government of India focused on giving them a lot more funds for their development. Apart from that, some interesting operations have been carried out. Different states have set up their different forces specialized to fight against Naxals. The most successful example of fight against Naxal in any state in India has been in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has been the biggest success story. with their force called the Greyhounds. If we will not be studying COVID 19, it's not an internal security threat, and Naxalites is what we have been studying since yesterday. Now, the biggest example of a successful fight against Naxalism has been in Andhra Pradesh. There's a team that they formed called the Greyhounds. Now, what exactly is this? What is the Greyhound team? So, when the government of India or when any security forces tried to catch Naxal leaders, tried to fight against Naxals, the one big problem was that they used to just go and hide in the forest. And we discussed this yesterday also. These forests are not the easiest of places to go and find someone. The local population is usually on the side of the Naxals, so they support the Naxals, they help them hide. So the problem what the security forces was that they were outsiders, they did not know the local terrain, they did not know how to fight. So what Andhra Pradesh government did was they thought, why not recruit people who are locals who live in the tribal areas only? Andhra Pradesh government thought that in the local villages also, there would be some people who don't like Naxals. There would be some people who would like to have a government job like police, etc. So the government specifically recruited people in these areas who are against the Naxal ideology, who would want to work for the government forces. The government collected them, trained them, and they were called the Greyhounds. So, Greyhounds is a team of anti Naxal commandos specifically trained against Naxalism. Most of them are local people who have been very familiar with the forest, who have been living in this area for many, many decades. Because of this, they have been extremely successful. They have been able to wipe out Naxalism in most parts of Andhra Pradesh. I told you yesterday also, after India's independence, the state where the Naxal movement first began, or the Maoist movement first began, where the first few thought leaders came in, was in Andhra Pradesh only. It was in Andhra Pradesh that it all started. The leaders started talking to common people, propagate the idea. Incident that got the name Naxalism that took place in Naxalbari much later on, 1967, but it was in 1950s itself that Andhra Pradesh started this issue. So to get rid of Naxalism in most parts of Andhra Pradesh was a big, big, big achievement that was done by Greyhounds. Because of this, a lot of other forces learned the example. Like Chhattisgarh has formed something called the Black Panther. CRPF has also started something of a new special force that is called Cobra. That is again something that different states have done in different categories, thinking that they might be able to get the same kind of result as Andhra Pradesh has gotten. So far, they have not been able to do that. So far, they have not been able to do that. But again, something that they would try to emulate as successfully as the Greyhounds have done. Now, over here, there's something else. Shweta, no, Salva Judum is different, Black Panther is different. So there's something else as well. The state of Chhattisgarh also launched a very interesting initiative in the year 2005 that is called the Salva Judum. Have you heard of this? Sorry, let me write that again. Let me write this again. Have you heard of this? What exactly is? Have you ever heard of this? Okay, okay. So it is similar. It is similar to the job that Greyhounds were doing. This was an initiative in Chhattisgarh in 2005. So in 2005, what the Chhattisgarh government thought that let us use the local tribals only to fight against Naxals, the same manner as the Greyhounds were doing. That is, we will have the same people who are uh, who are actually in the tribal areas, because in the tribal areas also, not everyone supports the Naxal leaders. There may be some people whose family members were killed by Naxals. There may be some leaders who don't believe in Naxals and their ideology. So the Chhattisgarh government asked them that, do you want to fight against Naxals? If yes, we will give you training. So Salwar Judum started as a force, no police involved. They were just tribals. They were given weapons by the Chhattisgarh government. They were given training by the Chhattisgarh government. The objective was to go ahead and attack the Naxal leaders. Now, the problem was, see, when you give weapons to someone and tell them that, don't worry, I will take care of you. I'm giving you weapons, go and kill the Naxal leaders, no action will be taken against you. When you say this, you are giving a lot of power to these people. Because when you give them weapons and when you just give them an open hand, go and attack them, you never know where are they going to use these. You never know, are they being used against tribals or itself. You never know, are they being used against the Naxal leaders. You never know if they are using it for own means, such as kidnapping someone, asking for extortion, such as harassing someone. And this is exactly what happened. In the beginning, it was seen as something that was an initiative where the Chhattisgarh government might see some success. But later on, 2008, 2009, there were a lot of news reports that started to come in that the people who are a part of Salva Judum, they themselves are now involved in violence. They themselves are now going ahead, kidnapping people, asking for extortion because they were given protection by the Chhattisgarh government, because they were given weapons by Chhattisgarh government. There was no action being taken against them. Finally, there was a case in the Supreme Court. In Supreme Court in 2011, Supreme Court banned Salwa Judum. Supreme Court banned it. Supreme Court said, we will not allow this. You cannot make a force without any responsibility. You are just giving them the power. There has to be a responsibility as well. Now, please understand this idea. Please understand this. Power and responsibility cannot go separately. Power and responsibility have to go together. Someone with a lot of power and no responsibility is a very dangerous person. Lot of power, no responsibility means any dictator. I have lot of power, no responsibility. Whatever I do will be fine. On the other hand, when you give someone a lot of responsibility but no power, even then they can't do anything. Like panchayats, you give them a lot of responsibility, development of this area, development of village, development of people, but power, no power will be given, only responsibility. So when only one of these is given to the people, either power and no responsibility or responsibility and no power, this is always a bad scenario to go ahead. The ideal scenario has to be that both of these have to be given together. This is what did not happen in case of Salva Judum. Supreme Court in 2011 banned Salva Judum, and that is why recently Chhattisgarh government has again made another force called the Black Panther. The Chhattisgarh government has again made another force called the Black Panther. Now, what is the difference? Please understand the difference between the two. Salwa Judum, the people who were working here were not government employees. They were not from the police. They were not from anyone. They had no responsibility. They were just given a weapon, go and shoot the Naxals. That's it. Greyhounds, on the other hand, were proper employees of the police. So whatever they did, they had to be accountable for that. If they killed someone innocent, they were answerable for that. There could be action taken against them. Similar is what Chhattisgarh is now trying to do with the Black Panther force. So in place of Salwa Judum, they have started a force called the Black Panther. Similar to the Greyhounds, it will be a mix of police and locals who are recruited and trained as police so that they can now take up action and they will be more accountable. In 2009, the government launched an operation called the Green Hunt. Now, again, Green Hunt was an operation by the government, an offensive against the Naxal leaders. So basically, all of a sudden, government thought that let's launch an operation without giving any warning. Let's see if we can take out the Naxals, launch a big attack in the Naxal areas, in the forest areas. So there was this big attack launched. There was a secret operation carried out. A lot of Naxals were captured. A lot of Naxals were killed as well. It was again a group of big security forces, paramilitary forces that came up, and there are different estimates as to how many people were killed, how many people were actually arrested. But again, it was a very big operation. The government sources say that over 2,000 people were killed, and the government say 9,000 plus surrendered. That is a government's number. The Naxals, on the other hand, say that no Naxal was killed, only civilians were killed. Tribe Naxal say that no, none of our leaders were killed. Only those who were civilians who had no use or who had no part in violence, they were the ones who were killed. Anyways, these are again examples. Then Indian Air Force has also been using their special helicopters to ensure that they are keeping a track of these areas where Naxals hide. NTRO has also been deployed. Any idea what is NTRO? Any idea? Have you heard of it? NTRO. Okay. So basically, okay, I'll tell you. So this is an agency that works specifically under the National Security Advisor. This is called National Technical Research Organization. So I'll just write it here for you. NTRO is National Technical Research Organization. It looks like a research and development organization, but that is not true. What it does is it collects intelligence. It works specially under the National Security Advisor. So the National Security Advisor basically gets intelligence from here. They are the ones who then tell, is there any attack being planned by the Naxals? They use intelligence being gathered by the drones, etc. They work with the intelligence bureau so that they can tell the officers, they can tell the state governments if they have to be prepared with any action in the future. One other very interesting thing that has happened recently, in 2017, the government launched something called the Samadhan Doctrine. Now, you all know our government is very fond of full forms and short forms. So, Samadhan is actually a short form of this strategy. S for smart leadership. We had the smart leadership. A for aggressive strategy. We are being aggressive, making sure that we have police stations fortified, have more helicopters, have more drones, etc. M for motivation and training. By the way, sorry, those who don't know Hindi, I'm sorry, those who don't know Hindi, Samadhan is a Hindi word that means solution. It's a Hindi word, it means solution. So, just in case you don't know Hindi, it means solution. Hindi word is Samadhan. So, S for smart leadership, A for aggressive strategy, M for motivation and training, A for actionable intelligence. Actionable intelligence basically means getting intelligence from all parts, from different states, from the border areas also, and then trying to take action against that. D for dashboard based KPI. KPI, those who are working professionals, you would know what KPI is. KPI is key performance indicator, means what exactly are you supposed to do in your job. That is a KPI. H for harnessing of technology like UAV. UAE is what? Unmanned aerial vehicle. Unmanned aerial vehicle. Basically, drones. Drone. The official name of drones is UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle. So any vehicle flying in the air without any human being present, that is called a UAV. A for action plan for each theater. Each theater basically means each sector. In the in the wording of, or in the vocabulary used by the armed forces, theater means a specific area where action is taking place. So if, let's say, for some district you have a different strategy, for some district you have a different strategy, and is no access to financing, this is called samadhan. So again, this is how you can revise it. SAMADHAN. This is the government initiative, the latest initiative that was carried out in 2017. Again, the interesting part is, if you see very closely, there's nothing new. There's nothing new, absolutely. Nothing that the government said that from today we will start doing this. Earlier we were not doing this. Most of this was done earlier as well. Just that now it's more catchy, easier to remember, rather than actually dividing into different government schemes. Why is it that this happens? Why is it that the governments feel the need to announce something which is not really new, which has already existed? It is more got to do that the government wants to make an impression that, see, we have not forgotten about this problem, so that the common people should know that the government is doing something. Because whatever the government does in the background, you don't know about it. The government has to bring it in the news so that you should also know and then vote for the government, right? If the government does everything in the background only without telling you, then what is the use of doing anything? If the government really wants the people to know so that the government can take credit for that, the people can actually appreciate the government. That is why you will see continuously every 2 3 years the government will launch a new scheme, new initiative to fight against Naxals. In 99% cases there will be nothing new in it, something the government has already been doing, just that they will repackage it. And again, this is with every government. I'm not saying only one government does it. Every government, whoever comes to power, behaves in the same manner, because there is a need in democracy to keep on reminding people that, see, we are doing this, see, we are launching a new initiative, see, we have done this also, see, we have done that also. So samadhan is a step in that direction. Rather than bringing any groundbreaking change, it's more of continuing the same, giving a much fancier name and easier for you to remember. Now, what has been the impact? We have seen so many government initiatives starting from 2010 till 2017, the Samadhan doctrine. We have seen so many of these initiatives. Has there been an impact on the ground or not? Yes, there has been a major impact. These are all government numbers. The government says in the last 8 years there is a big decline in number of districts affected by left-wing extremism. The government said number of instances of violence have come down considerably. The government says there has been a 75% reduction in deaths related to left-wing extremism in 2022 as compared to 2013. Now, please understand, even in 2022, there were 98 deaths. 98 deaths is not a small number. It's not a small number. Please understand this. Just because it is divided into smaller instances, 15 today, 22 months later, 22 months later after that, 5 after that, we usually don't keep a track of it. But 98 is a big number. Please understand this. In Galwan Valley clashes, there were about 20 odd Indian Armed Forces police, Indian Armed Forces, Indian Army personnel who had to sacrifice their life. And it disrupted India-China relationship to such a large extent. And now, thus see, 98 is such a large number. And even then, we don't give it as much importance as we should. I told this yesterday, I'll repeat this once again. Dr. Manmohan Singh, when he was a prime minister, he famously said that the biggest internal security threat India is facing is not terrorism, it is Naxalism. We read a lot more about border issues at Kashmir. We read a lot more about, or the news covers a lot more about borders at China, but we don't really give as much attention as we should to what is happening in the Naxal affected areas. This is an internal security problem, and a problem that affects people that has been carrying out for a very, very, very long time. In 2022, deaths and casualty to security forces have also reduced considerably. That is also a good way forward. Now, Despite all of this, as I said earlier, Salva Judum and other initiatives of the government have also been criticized on the context of human rights abuse. You would have seen this in movies also, in media also. Whenever the government forces, the police, etc., take some action, some drastic measures against offenders, there are always human rights organizations that come in saying that, oh, you are violating human rights, this is illegal, you should not do this, etc., etc. These are all real things. Salva Judum is a prime example. I just showed it to you. Started in 2005, banned by the Supreme Court in 2011. Now, Salva Judum was banned because of allegation of human rights abuse. The problem with human rights abuse is that when you abuse someone or when you violate someone's human rights, you are actually making a new Naxal supporter out of them. We had discussed this yesterday as well, that when you go ahead and when you conduct or commit such atrocities against anyone, that leaves an impression in their mind that goes on for many, many, many years. It's very, very difficult to now erase that memory. So anyone who commits a human right abuse, that means you are now converting a common person into a Naxal supporter that will harm you in the future. There have been human rights activists that have been of the view that Naxals have a big problem, but human rights abuse or giving a lot more power to the security forces, like what happened with Salva Judum, is not the solution. In fact, there were human rights activists only that went to the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court banned Salva Judum, it was a human rights activist only that took this decision. Again, the human rights abuse problem is not a new problem in India. There are human rights violation allegations against our armed forces in other parts of the country as well. You will see a lot of reports coming in of human rights violations in northeast part of the country. In Jammu and Kashmir, you will see a lot of news reports coming in that there are human rights violations. In fact, this has become an international issue as well. There have been times when American press, American presidents have spoken about it. There have been American media that have been writing articles about human rights exploitation in India, especially in the arm of the security forces. We will later on discuss in later classes the provision of AFSPA Act. AFSPA is Armed Forces Special Powers Act. So now armed forces also in certain parts of the country have special powers which allow them to take action which they otherwise would not under normal circumstances. So human rights abuse is a big, big, big issue with the security forces. And it's not just an internal issue, it has become an international issue. I'll give you a real example. The government of India has been trying to sign a free trade agreement with European Union for a very, very long time. We have been in discussion for over a decade now. European Union keeps on saying that no, we will not sign a free trade agreement with you, and they give multiple reasons. Their reasons are not just about trade. One of the reasons that they keep on giving is that we don't like your human rights record. We think that the government is not doing enough to safeguard the human rights of the common people in India. The government should take more action, and only then we will go ahead and sign the free trade agreement with you. So again, human rights abuse is not just a country specific or a national issue, it has also become an international issue over the years. Then human rights abuse, as I said, also allow the Maoists to recruit more people, recruiting more people, telling them that see, the government is abusing you, the government is abusing your family, is the easiest way for the Maoists to gather support from the common population. And that is why, as I said, it was in 2011 in the Nandini Sundar case where the Supreme Court declared Salva Judum as unconstitutional and ordered the disbanding of Salva Judum because it had allegations of massive human rights abuse at different levels across the entire state. All right, then. Now, this is the topic that we had to cover, the left wing extremism topic. That is the end of it. I wanted to share with you some examples of the question that UPSC has asked on this topic. As you can see here, the questions mostly are based on the government initiatives and also what are the important laws in place for this. For example, in 2013, there was a question. Article 244 of the Constitution relates to administration of scheduled areas and tribal areas. Analyze the impact of non implementation of the fifth schedule on the growth of left wing extremism. Basically, meaning that because of lack of implementation, because of the lack of laws being implemented, this is a major reason why left wing extremism has developed into such a big problem. 2015, there was a question. Persistent rise of government for development of large industries in backward areas has made sure that farmers face exploitation with Malkangiri. Where is it exactly? Where is it? Yes, it's Andhra Pradesh. So where Malkangiri, Naxalbari in focus discuss the corrective strategies needed to win left-wing extremism doctrine and get the citizens back. Again, see the question here. The question here is specifically about suggestions against left-wing extremism. Suggestions against left wing extremism. So, this is what you have to write. We have discussed this also. Suggestions, for example, also include issues such as implementation of the laws should be much, much better. Apart from this, not just implementing the laws, also making sure that the human rights abuse in different parts of the country, especially in the Naxal areas, is under control, making sure that anyone who is fighting for the government is not taking their power out of their hands. All these are initiatives, suggestions that you can actually write here. Then there's another question in 2018. As you can see, almost every alternate year there is a question. Almost every alternate year there is a question on this topic. Left-wing extremism showing a downward trend but affects many parts. Explain the government's approach to counter the challenges. So again, government's approach. See, very interestingly, the year of the question will tell you why is it being asked. Yes, that's one. I'm sorry for that. The year of the question will tell you why is it being asked. See, 2018. Why was it asked in 2018? Samadhan doctrine was in 2017. Because it was a big announcement by the government of India, that is why 2018 became a relevant question. I'll give you one more example. 2015. What happened in 2015? What happened in 2015? I'll just take you back. See, yeah, see this. 2015, government formulated national policy and action plan. 2015 made a big announcement of it that see we'll be doing this, we'll be introducing new strategies, etc. So most of the times that you see these kind of questions in the mains examination, it is not random. It's mostly because you see that these kind of questions are asked basis of a government announcement that was recently made. Here also, determinants of left-wing extremism in India. Determinants means what are the reasons. Remember, we discussed land-based reasons, governance-related issues, lack of implementation of the laws, etc. What strategy does the government, administration, and the security forces adopt to counter this? So again, most of the questions that the UPSC has asked can be very easily answered basis of whatever we have discussed. You would be able to answer it. That is good enough content for all of you. Make sure that you just complement that with the current affairs. Now, if you have any questions, do let me know quickly. Please let me know if you have any questions from this particular topic. Sakshi is saying Naxalism get money by smuggling. Only so forest ministry can help in a large scenario. Why not cut roots only? Is there a policy for that? Sakshi, see, everyone, the government also understands that yes, not just Naxalism, even terrorism only exists as long as they get funding for it. If you stop the funding, the government will be able to control that. So it's not that the government is not doing anything. But again, implementing it on the ground is not that easy. The government is trying to do a lot of things. For example, money laundering is a punishable offense under PMLA. If you are found that money is being given to illegal activities, you will be punished under that. The government of India has started using much more technology. Most of the transactions now go online. So government is doing something, but it's not possible to cut it off 100%, and that becomes a big problem. Then Bhim Rai saying, is there any right wing extremism like LWE? Bhim Rai, there is right wing extremism, but that is not in any specific part of the country. There are people who are basically committing violence in the name of religion, that is right wing extremism, but they are not specifically considered in one part of the country. Plus, left wing extremism in India is a much older problem, that one that persists for a much longer time. Then Sanjeevni saying how to start the answer. Shivranjani is saying how to start the answer. We will discuss the answer, how to write the answer after we come back from the break. Don't worry. Ankush, Eklavya schools are only for tribals. You have to show the ST certificate for that, right? Rani Singh, what to write about Naxalbari, Malkangiri as the question has to focus on them? No, no, no. Rani, see, you're confusing. The question did not ask you to focus on this. The question is saying that these places are in the news. So, keeping that in mind, answer this question. The answer is not supposed to be what is happening in this state, what is happening in this district. That is not what the question is. The question is just telling you that these two are in news. Now tell us what the government is doing. So that is a very common way for the UPSC to ask a question. In the first statement, they will give you a fact, something that is in the news. In the second statement, they'll ask you the question. So you don't have to focus on only these two, don't worry. Gunjan, we will discuss question, answer. Don't worry, we will do that. Uh, Dwai Payan has a question. During the time of election in a state, in our past, Home Minister said Indian Army is ready to recapture POK. Some media continued this in the news, but after election, everything became ICE government did only for vote bank. Where is the question? I'm still looking for a question mark in the end. Where is the question? Okay, I can just say okay. I'm not sure what do you want to ask me. Then Kumari is saying, are the person selected by Chhattisgarh government in Salwa Judum? Yes. So Chhattisgarh government started this Salwa Judum initiative, under which they recruited people, the common tribals, common man who was living in that area, who wanted to fight against the Naxals, who wanted to pick up weapons, who were ready to get training, who were ready to commit violence. They picked up people, especially from those areas where they thought that Naxals have a stronghold. Now, this is not something new. This is not something new. For example, do you remember, have you heard something called Mukti Bahini? Remember this, Mukti Bahini. What was Mukti Bahini? What was Mukti? It was almost the same thing. Mukti Bahini was a army or a force of common people from Bangladesh trained by the Indian Army in 1971. In 1971, when the Bangladesh war began, Indian Army realized we alone will not be able to fight the war, or we don't want to fight the war alone. It's a war of Bangladesh people, so they would have to be given the training. So we asked the common people of Bangladesh who wants to fight against Pakistan. Those who said we want to fight, they were given training by Indian Army. They were called Mukti Bahini. So again, it is the same kind of logic, using people living in that area. And the reason is that they are much more concerned about that cause. If you recruit people from the common area, number one, from the local area, they would have much more knowledge. And secondly, they are much more concerned about the cause. They connect with that cause much, much more. So it's always a better idea to connect with them. That was the idea behind Salva Judum as well. That was the idea behind Greyhounds as well. That was the idea behind Mukti Bahini as well. Guljan is saying, what if I mention some old initiatives? You can. It's not that you can't. Preference is for the recent ones, but you can. All those who are asking me how to write the answer, we will write an answer after the break. Don't worry. I'm repeating it time and time again. We will write an answer after the break. Don't worry. Bhimrai is saying how human rights violate if we kill Naxals and terrorists. Because Bhimrai, the point is when you are killing Naxals, there is no guarantee that you will only kill Naxals. There will always be some civilians that will be harassed in between. As we discussed yesterday, no Naxal writes on the forehead that I am a Naxal, kill me. How do you identify who is a Naxal, who is not a Naxal? How do you identify who to capture, who not to capture? That is always a big, big, big problem. All right, these were the questions given to me. Be back quickly at 7:20, and we will be writing an answer to see how the answers have to be written. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. I hope all of you are back. Okay. So, as we discussed before we went on a break, that once we come back, we will try and write an answer. We will see what should be a usual structure to an answer, what are things that we should include, what are things that can be left out. So, let's try and see what exactly can we write here. So, let's take a simple example of a question. This is the question. Read the question carefully. Discuss a linkage between development and extremism in India. How can the government address the root causes of violent movements that challenge the internal security of India? Illustrate your answer with suitable examples. Understood? So it's a question that you see here. Number one, discuss the linkage between development and extremism. Second thing that they're asking is government initiatives or how has the government been trying to address the root causes. And third, they are asking you to give suitable examples as well. Now, a few things before we go ahead. First of all, usually you will see that whenever the UPSC asks a question in the mains examination, in most of the cases, the question will always ask you more than one thing. That means that please read the question very carefully because if you miss out on any of the parts, it becomes a big red flag for your answer. So look at what the question is saying. Question is saying three things. One, the linkage between development and extremism. Second thing, the government initiatives to address this, and third thing, to give examples as well. So unless you include all the three things in your answer, you will not get good marks. So make sure, first of all, before you write or make any answer, make sure that you actually have all these three sorted, that these three have to be done. Now, how to write an answer? I'm sure all of you would have practiced a few answers, would have tried to write a few answers here and there. Usually the structure of the answer does not change a lot depending upon whatever the subject is. The structure will not change a lot drastically. The content would obviously change, but the structure would remain lump sum the same. For example, as you know, a usual answer, if you want to define a structure: introduction to begin with, then there will be the main body, and then in the end it would be the conclusion, concluding arguments, or the way forward depending on what the question is. These are the three main components of what the answer has to be like. Now, let's try and see what do we have to write where. What do you write in the introduction part? Ideally, introduction should be either a fact or a definition. Either a fact or a definition, depending upon what the question is about. If there is a question which has certain technical complex term that you can define, that you can actually tell this is what the meaning of the word is, you go ahead with the definition of that word. Otherwise, if there is no such technical term that you can define easily, try and write a fact about what the question is. So for example, if you look at this question here, there is nothing to define here. I'll give a simple example. I'll give an example. Let's say, just imagine there was a question. The question would have been, give arguments in favor and against uniform civil code in India. What can the government do to ensure that people come on board with the idea of the uniform civil code? Imagine if that would have been the question about the uniform civil code. That is a question where in the introduction part, you can very easily start by giving the definition of what is uniform civil code. So you can write uniform civil code means having the same kind of civil laws for everyone in the society, irrespective of their religion, irrespective of their background. That could have been an introduction in the form of definition because there was a term that you could have defined. Over here, these are very simple terms: development, extremism. So there is no need to define them. But if you still think that no, I will define them, then you can start by saying what is extremism. That can be a good way to write. So again, it really depends. If you give definition of a very small, very generic word, it doesn't look good. See, the examiner, you, all of your adults, if you start giving definition of words which are very simple, easy, then it's not really considered a very good beginning to the answer. So only choose definition, or only try to give definition of words which are slightly technical, which at least require a one line explanation what exactly is this. So if you want, you have a definition of extremism with you can write that definition, depends entirely upon you. So choose between the two. In 99% cases this will work. In 99% cases, this will work. Either write a fact or a definition. One other mistake that many people commit here is how long should the introduction be? How short should the introduction be? There is no rule about it, but as a generic idea, whatever your word limit is, make sure it is within 10% of the word limit. So if your word limit in this case is 250 words, make sure introduction is wrapped up in 25 words so it does not go beyond a couple of lines. Introduction more than couple of lines is never required. A couple of lines, even one line suits in most of the cases. When it's a 150 word answer, one line is good enough. It's a longer answer, 200, 250 words, maybe a couple of lines, but not more than that. Similarly, in the concluding argument also, 10% is good enough. It is the main body that should have most of your words. It is a main body that should have most of your words. Now, once you start with the conclusion, the introduction part, either a fact or a definition, depending on what the question is, you come to the main body. Now, one big question that everyone has in their mind, and I'm sure you would also have, and people keep asking, do I write in paragraph form? Do I write in the bullet form? Now, there is no one way to answer that. It depends really on question to question. There are some questions which can be better answered in bullet points. There are some questions which are better answered in paragraph form. So it really depends. Also, my advice is always try and have a mix and match so that you can show to the examiner that you have the ability to write in both forms. If there are 20 questions and you write all 20 only in bullet points, then the examiner might think that you don't know how to write in long paragraphs. If you write all of them in long paragraphs, it might be too difficult to read for the examiner. So it's good to have a mix and match of the two depending upon what the question is like. For example, in this part, the question asks you how have the government tries to, or has the government tried to address the root causes of Naxalism. You can obviously write some pointers here, 3 points, 4 points of the government's initiatives. How have they tried to address it? So, depending on what the question is, it can be bullet point also, it can be paragraph form also, really depends. When you write the conclusion part, where do you have to write the way forward? In which questions do you write the way forward? In which question do you write the conclusion? Now, the way forward is usually written in those questions where you are asked a problem, where the question has asked a problem. So, in the way forward, you provide a solution where you can tell what is the next step now. What can the government do now going forward? That is an ideal question where a way forward is required. When the question is not asking you a problem as such, it's a generic question. For example, usually history questions. Now, in history question, you can't write a way forward. History is what has already happened. So, what will you write? In history question, there cannot be a way forward. In, for example, science questions also, there cannot be a way forward in most cases because the question is about what has already been done. If the question is about a problem, like if the question would have been about uniform civil code, then you could write a way forward that this is what the government can do. So way forward is not to be written in every question. It depends on what the question is. Are you giving some next steps? If in the answer you are giving certain next steps, go ahead with it. If you are not giving any next steps, conclusion would be good enough. Out of all of these, you don't have to write these words. Don't write the word introduction. Don't write the word main body. Don't write the word conclusion. Just change the paragraph, it would be understood. Way forward, you can write. You can write this way forward. That makes sense. Others, you don't have to write because you just change the paragraph, that is good enough. One more thing, there is no one way to write a perfect answer. If there are 200 people, they will write in 200 different ways. All of them can get great marks, none of them may get great marks. So there is no one single way to write forward or to write the entire answer. It really depends upon what you think is better suitable at your time, or what do you think is a better idea that comes to your mind at that point of time. So please don't go by one single way to write an answer or to copy anyone, because copying anyone will not work. The big difference between school and college exam and the UPSC exam is, in the school and college exam, you could remember the question and the answer because you knew this is the question that will be asked, this is the answer I will write. In the UPSC exam, you do not know what question will be asked, so you can't remember the answer, you can't remember the structure. All that you can do is try and understand a usual structure, lump sum structure of what do you have to write, and then write it in your own words. So rather than remembering stuff, try and see if you can actually form a structure. So I will be showing you an answer here. Please understand this is not the only way to write. You can write better answers than this depending upon what thoughts you have in your mind. You can write in other ways as well. There is no one fixed way to write an answer. Please understand that. So basically, what we have started here is with the introduction part. Now, most of the questions here, which I will be discussing going forward as well, I will be mostly giving you answers which are longer than the word limit. Please understand this. The answers that I will be showing you in most cases will be slightly longer than the word limit, so that, see, when you practice a 300 word answer, 350 word answer, only then in the examination you will remember half of it. So when you're writing answers for the first time, even if you write slightly longer, that is fine, because when you write in the real exam at that point of time, you will not remember each and every pointer. You will remember 60-70% of the content. So I'm giving you slightly longer answers. If you write in your own words, you have to basically make it slightly shorter. So in the introduction, I have not given any fact here. I started with introduction, basically where you can define. So you can define development and you can talk about extremism as well, because there were two keywords in the answer, in the question. There were development, there was extremism, there was a linkage between the two. So I've tried to basically give a connection and try to define these two. Development is improvement in the people's well-being. India, there are various forms of extremism such as left-wing extremism, etc. One more thing that you have to understand here, in between the intro and the main body, there should always be a connecting line. Please understand this. Means from the introduction, you can't just randomly, abruptly cut off to the main body. That you have written a definition, now you come to main body, write 5 points, and now the examiner will check. No. For the examiner also, you have to make it a better experience when the examiner is reading the answer. So connecting line, for example, is this: about extremism. They pose a serious challenge to internal security threat, internal security of India, so that you can then conclude this, or you can try and link this with the main body. Again, doesn't really matter what exactly is your connecting line. You can have your own line, that really depends upon you. But please make sure that when you follow or when you are writing an introduction, there has to be a connecting line between the introduction and the main body, so that there is a flow to the answer. Now, again, this is no one way to write the introduction. You can have your own introduction, you can have your own definition depending on what you feel like. In the main body, there are two things that are asked. First thing that was asked, again, please remember what is being asked. First thing that is being asked: linkage between development and extremism. And second thing that is being asked, what is the government doing? What is the government of India doing? So there are two things that are being asked. So the first thing, we'll first start with linkage between extremism and development. There are there are pointers that you can write. Socio-economic disparity, lack of development creates a breeding ground for extremism. Regional disparity. Now, these are things that we have all discussed since yesterday. We have been discussing the same things. That if your region is lesser developed as compared to someone else's region, you are much more likely to fall into the trap of extremism. We discussed the example of what Aristotle had said. The feeling of being treated unequally is the biggest root cause of revolution. All these can be good pointers here. Identity based conflict, lack of social cohesion. Again, choose your own points. I told you earlier as well, I'm giving you a longer answer than what you are required to write so that you can compress it later on. One line would be good enough in each point. So, lack of social cohesion, you can just write one line. That would be good enough. Here also, if you just write one line from here to here or from here to here, that will be good enough. So try and basically compress it. I'm just giving you big pointers. This was the first part of the main body because there were two things asked. First part, then the second part, measures that the government should take to address the root cause, political dialogue, social economic. Now, please, I'll just take you back to the question once again. See something interesting. See this. How can the government address the root cause of the violent movements? Now, please understand there are two types of things that can be asked here. One that they can ask is, what has the government already done? What has the government already done? And the second thing that can be asked is, what can the government do? A lot of people commit this big mistake that they don't read the question carefully. The question will ask you, what can the government do? And you will write what the government has already done. Like in this case, also, you are asked what the government can do, means about the future. What can the government do? Rather than asking you what has the government already done. So please don't be confused between the two. If the question was, or if the question would have been, what has the government done? What have been the government initiatives in this regard? Then you could have written those initiatives, the Samadhan Doctrine, the Integrated Development Plan, the government's mobile tower initiative, road requirement plan, etc. So again, please read the question carefully. If the question is asking you what initiatives has the government already taken, then write that. If the question is what can the government do, write accordingly. So here the question is what can the government do rather than what has the government already done. So that is why our answer here is what can the government do. We are not talking about what the government has already done. Here you can give one or two examples if you want of what the government has already done, but mostly the answer has to be what the government can do. So political dialogue, something that the government can do. Government can focus on socio-economic development, make sure that the fruits of development are distributed to everyone, make sure everyone is government's topmost priority, make sure people's basic necessities, education, health, etc. is taken care of. What else can the government do? Security measures, strengthen the security apparatus of this area, give more training, more funds to the security forces, ensure social integration, ensure that there's communal harmony in the group. Again, as you can see, we are discussing what the government can do. We are not discussing what the government has already done. We are discussing what the government can do. Now, some examples, because again, the question asked you three things. First, they asked you linkage between development and extremism. Second thing, they asked you the government initiatives, what they can do. And third thing, they asked you give some examples of linkage between development and extremism. So here you can give some examples. how Naxalism has spread in those parts of the country where the development has been lower. You can write about Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, earlier West Bengal as well. How these parts of the country have usually seen lower growth than national average. How these parts of the country have seen lower GDP growth, lower economic development, lower social indicators as compared to other parts of the country. Give example of Northeast as well. We'll discuss about Northeast later on. And you can give example of religious extremism again. This is not the only way to write the answer. It really depends upon you. You can basically mix and match it. You can give examples in the beginning also if you want to. There is no problem with that as well. Yes, Pablo, you can write this example also point wise. There's no issue with that. See, again, everyone has a different way of writing. You have to conclude what is your best way of writing, where you feel the most confident, and then stick to it rather than someone else trying to change your method. Please don't do that. See what is your best way of writing and then conclude. This is the concluding argument that we have written about linkage between extremism and development. So, again, these are the usual questions that you will see from this part, where they will ask you a problem statement. Then they will ask you what the government has already done or what can the government do. And then you will have to write about what exactly is it that the government can do in the future or to conclude it. Over here, there is no way. See, over here, why did we not write a way forward? We did not write a way forward here. The reason is in the main body itself. In the main body itself, we have written what the government should do in the future. So if we write a way forward here, it will just be a repetition of it. So you have to think about these things. In the main body itself, we have written about what the government can do, how can the government tackle these challenges. So if we again write the same thing in the way forward, it's just a redundant thing. You are just repeating it. So that is why there's no point of writing a way forward here. Either you could have written a way forward only when in the main body you have not written what the government can do. Since the main body itself says what the government can do, there is no point of writing a way forward from here. You can just write a concluding argument to conclude, to sum up, to summarize what you have already written, and that is how you can end your answer. I will once again repeat, there is no one way of writing an answer. Your answer can be your explanation, whatever you think at that point of time is the best way to write, whatever examples are stuck in your mind at that point of time, go ahead with that. There is no one single way to do that. Okay, I'll take up a few uh, questions here quickly and then we'll go ahead. So much in this kind of question, multiple questions are asked in the same. How to divide the words? So much. It's not a rule that you have to divide everything equally. What happens is in the examination, it really depends on how much content you have for which part. For example, in the examination, you might not have content for examples, so you will write one or two examples only. There's no point of just fluffing it up. So ideally, you should divide it equally, but ideally, that doesn't really happen. For some part of the question you will have more content to write, so you'll obviously write more. So it's being very practical. You can't really divide it equally. Ideally you should. uh Shivaranjani is saying time to spend on one question. Shivaranjani, see, take a very simple calculation. Take a very simple calculation. In GS 1, 2, and 3, in one paper, usually there are 20 questions. You get 3 hours, means you get 180 minutes of time, right? So if you just do a simple math here, 9 minutes per question. However, you don't really get 9 minutes because in the mains examination, the invigilator will come to your desk multiple times. Sign here, put a thumb here, and then put the marker here. In the prelims exam, they'll only come to you once. But in the mains exam, trust me, they'll come to you at least 3, 4 times. Please do this, please put the stamp here, please write this, please do this. So basically, if you actually are calculating, take it as 8 minutes per answer. Usually 8 minutes per answer is what you get. Now, over here also, think of a couple of things quickly. 8 minutes includes your time to read the question. You will take 15, 20, 30 seconds to read the question. You will think of it at least 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You will think what to write and then you start writing. So just writing part, usually 7 minutes is what you get. Usually 7 minutes is what you get because you have to read it also, understand what you're trying to write. However, over here there is one more point that you have to understand. Doesn't matter how well prepared you are, out of the 20 questions, there will always be one or two questions you have no idea what to write in these. There will always be one or two questions you have no idea what to write. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. In 2016, in the GS2 paper, there was a question. It was, what are the main provisions of national child policy? Now, national child policy was nowhere in the news in the past few years. No student had read about what is national child policy. So now what do you do in these questions? You can't really write something from your own mind. Remember when we were in school, our parents used to tell us, beta, don't leave your answer empty. Just write something. Remember that? Your mom used to tell you, write at least something. Write 2 lines, doesn't matter, you'll get at least 2 marks. Please don't do that in this exam. Doesn't matter how many lines you write, if you are not writing the correct answer, you will get a zero. So in the UPSC exam, that does not work. For example, some students thought, I don't know what is national child policy. Let me write. Child is someone who is under 18 years of age. Government of India thought children are very important. So let us start the national child policy. All that will not give you anything. The only thing it can do is it can make the examiner even more angry that what stupidity have you committed here. So please don't do that. So basically what happens in this case, unless you really know what to write in an answer, you don't really have to write that answer. So there will always be one question or maybe one and a half question which you don't know what to write. So that time gets divided to something else. That time you spend on other questions. So focus much more on the questions that you know how to write the answers to, rather than just writing a story in an answer which you don't have any idea, because that will work against you. That will work against you. So don't do that. Okay. Then I have a question from Pavitra. Questions can be repeated from previous year question. Yes, they can be repeated, although there's a little chance, but from the static part, they are repeated. At least from static part, they will be repeated. Uh, Anku is saying, if I don't remember any content to conclude an answer, can I write some journal logics to conclude? Yes. What other option do you have, man? Sakshi is saying, does writing matter? Sakshi, I would be lying if I say it doesn't matter. Uh, but don't worry, unless you are writing in a manner that person can't even read, then you would not really have a problem. It's not that you should have the most beautiful handwriting ever, but as long as the examiner can read, they can make out, it is good enough. Even see, the point is, understand. Let's assume I say yes. Let's assume I say writing is important. So what do you do? Now you will start writing practice and leave everything else. You will now take a cursive notebook and do babysitting. What will you do? If I tell you it's important, what will? Nothing can be done now. The writing has already been formed many years ago. You can't now go back to writing practice. Writing matters, but if you think you are not confident about your writing, please make sure you don't do a lot of cutting as such. That will be much better. Write, give more space between the words. Don't do a lot of cutting and editing. Your answer or your writing will improve automatically. So don't worry about that. Okay, I have a lot of questions coming in. Sorry. Um, Nancy saying, should the introduction conclusion be of the same side? It can vary. Nancy, again, there is no specific rule. I just told you a general division of words. So generally, it should be. It's better if it is the same. If it is more or less here and there, 10-5%, it doesn't really matter that much. Don't worry. Shweta saying, our question asked from current affairs directly or current affair linked to static. Shweta, there is no rule. It can be both. Usually current affair linked to static. Usually that is the scenario. Pavitra saying, answers taking and reading strictly. Pavitra, I don't know what you're asking. Sakshi saying, should we read the whole paper before we start? Sakshi, I don't know what is the point of reading the whole paper before you start. just wasting time, because it will just take your time. Start reading first question, answer that, second question, answer that. What else will you do? See, you have to read the entire paper before starting, only when you can leave some questions. If the question paper is that out of 20, attempt only 15, then read the entire paper. You can leave out some question. But if you have to attempt every question, what is the point of reading all the question? No, you have to write anyways. Uh, Shivam is saying, will I write more point or will discuss more? Shivam, it depends on the question to question. You can't just keep on writing points and points and points. 5 or 6 points for any question is good enough. 1 or 2 lines each point is good enough. Bhimra is saying, does multiple subheading should increase 150 words? Bhimra, that is not always true, but if the question is or the answer is 250 words, the question will require you to write multiple subheadings anyways. Aarti saying, how many questions can be skipped? Aarti, 0 questions can be skipped. Thus, like no lunch meal can be skipped, no questions can be skipped. Vaibhav is saying, where do I get perfect answer of previous year questions? Vaibhav, there is no perfect answer to any previous year question. UPSC does not release any answer key or mains question, so you have to trust publications, those who publish answer, but there is no perfect answer. Lagima is saying, should we then attempt questions that are unknown? Lagima, it depends on you. If you have the time, you may. If you don't have the time, don't force yourself. Spend the time more on the question that you actually know. Shweta, there is no negative marking in the mains examination. Srilata is saying, if the word limit exceeds, Srilata, see, the examiner usually will give you a leeway if the word limit exceeds slightly. But if in a 250 word answer you're writing 350 word, then it will not be taken seriously. You will lose some marks. Pavitra is saying, examiner really reads in each and every thing. Yes, they do. After all, they are making you IAS officers. What do you expect? Monica is saying, can we make diagram flowchart to cover the time? Monica, you can, but don't force them. If you think it will help in the answer, do that. Don't just make flowchart for the sake of making a flowchart. It cannot just irritate. Gunjan is saying, I don't have habit to write curvy. Is it a problem? No, it's not a problem. No, they are not checking you for your handwriting skills. Don't worry. Priyadarshini, I wrote this in yesterday's PPT. I'll just tell this again. You can write it. Aristotle said the single biggest cause of revolution is the feeling of being treated unequally. I wrote this in yesterday's PPT. You can write it yourself. The single biggest cause of revolution is the feeling of being treated unequally. Uh, Ankush is saying any answer of extremism and extremism contains basic points. Can I include those points? Yes, you can. There are guys that are repeated questions. So I'm skipping those. Many people have asked, is there negative marking in mains? No, there is no negative marking in mains. Beam Raya, they don't give any extra mark to any extra time to read question paper. You get 3 hours to do everything. Read the question paper, write the answer, go to toilet, go to washroom, drink water, look here and there, whatever you want to do. 3 hours, your wish, whatever you want to do. Sleep in between, that is also your choice. Um, Pavitra is saying questions must be written order wise or not. Oh, guys, wait. I think you have some confusion in how the mains test is conducted. In the mains answer, there is no option of writing. See, I'll tell you what happens. So when you go to a mains answer, you get a booklet. In the booklet, the questions are printed. First question is printed, and then 4 pages are left empty. Then question number 2 is printed, then 4 or 5 pages are left empty. So you write in that, and then you give the booklet. That is what happens. So you don't write in a specific sheet. There's no extra sheet. There's no B copy. That is not what happens. You get a booklet, first question, and then 4 or 5 pages empty. Second question, 4 or 5 pages empty. Third question, 4 or 5 pages empty. You write in that booklet, you give the booklet back. Guys, you can now stop asking questions. It's just getting repetitive now. Let me quickly conclude these questions, whatever are left, and then we'll move forward. Uh, Sakshi, yes. Then Bhagya Singh, should I start practice answer after exploring the answer at the initial stage? Yes, you can see. In the beginning, when you're doing your answer writing practice, don't worry, use Google, use whatever you want. In the initial days, answer writing practice is not really about content. Please trust me. The more you read, the better your content will become automatically. So in the initial days, don't focus. If you don't get, for example, for this, if you don't have any example to write, don't worry, Google it. It's fine. It's fine. The more you read, the better your content will become. Right now, focus more on the structure of the answer. Shubham, UPSC doesn't give full marks. Why they can't give, I don't know. File an RTI for that. Um, Shreyank is saying, I have difficulty in changing the matter from intro to body to conclusion. How can I improve? Shreyank, all of this will just come with practice, man. There's no one answer. It has to come with practice only. Sharwani is saying how to answer the question that are debatable ones to choose one or against the topic. Shivaranjani, in most of the questions, UPSC will not ask you to choose only one side. In most of the questions, you have to write both sides anyways. So don't worry about that. And even when you're choosing one side, write some point about the other side as well. That would be good enough. Guys, handwriting, you can stop these handwriting questions. If it is very bad, yes, the marks will be deducted, but what can you do now? Can you start answer writing practice leaving this class? No, you can't. So just live with it now. Write fairly, not beautifully, but at least make it easy for the person to read the answer. um Lakshya saying, I think we should move on. You can conclude in 180 words for 250. Yes, Lakshya, you can. Okay. I think a lot of questions. Okay, I've answered most of the questions now. They're getting this repetitive. Now, please listen to me. You can stop asking your questions. A lot of questions are getting repetitive now. A few things very quickly. There are a lot of questions that are coming up. Ashay, what is your question? You just keep on stating, answer me, answer me, answer me. I don't know what your question is. What do I answer, man? What do I answer? I have no idea what to answer. Now, listen to this very carefully. I think I should stop taking your questions, right? I think I should just stop taking your questions. That's a better way forward. Anyways, now listen to me very carefully. A couple of things very quickly here. There is a bit of confusion about the word limit thing. Ashay, see, guys, the questions that you're asking, if it's a personalized question that only you want the answer to, it's better that you don't ask this in the chat because you are just wasting everyone's time. Ashay is saying for 2025, what is the type of approach I need to study this subject? Nothing. Read the class, be attentive in the class, be attentive in the discussion. That is the only approach. What other approach do you want me to tell you? Go and get a gun and go in the Naxal areas? No, it is not an on ground subject. Whatever we are discussing, read this and then take part in the discussion, write the answers. Good enough. That is the answer for every subject. No subject teacher will tell you, IR, why don't you go to India China border? Then maybe your IR will be much stronger. Economics teacher will not tell you, go and talk to finance minister, see how the budget is made. Polity teacher will not tell you, go and attend the parliament meeting. No, for all the subjects, one approach, sit here, read it carefully, take part in discussion, write the answer, all the best. Anyways, let's go ahead then. Now, one very quick comment here about the word limit, and then we'll go ahead quickly. One quick comment about the word limit that many people have is, what if we breach the word limit? If the word limit is 150 words, you write more, then what happens? Just listen to this answer and then we'll go ahead. So basically, no examiner has the time to count your number of words. The examiner is not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 151. Very bad. Cut down the marks. No, that does not happen. No examiner will check how many words have you written. Neither can you count. It's not that at the end of every answer now you're writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that does not happen. Neither do you have the time to count your words, neither does the examiner have the time to count your words. So what happens here? Just understand two things very quickly. Number one, when you write, your handwriting style will tell you how exactly or how many words do you usually write in a line. If your writing style is where you write in a very congested manner, then you usually may end up writing 9 or 10 words also in a line. If you write by while giving a lot of space in between, then you might write 5 to 6 words in a line. So it depends entirely upon you. So depending upon that, On your handwriting, you will have to see usually how many words do you write in a page. If you write while giving a lot of space in a page, you might write about, let's say, 80 words to 90 words. So for you, a 150 word answer may be about 2 pages long. For someone who writes in a very congested manner, for you, a 150 word answer may be 1 page or 1 page and a few more lines. So it really depends upon you. How does the examiner know? Examiners are people who have been doing this job for many years. So when they read your answer, at the first glance, they can understand lump sum how many words there are. And on the basis of that lump sum, they will decide. If they think that you have really exceeded the word limit, for 150 word answer you have written a 350 pager or you have written 5 pages, then obviously this will not be taken well. You may get lesser marks. Word limit is for your convenience, please trust me. UPSC tells you the word limit so that you don't end up spending a lot of time in the answer. Also, UPSC notification clearly says number of words are not as important as the quality of words. The UPSC answer question paper also says this in the instruction. Read this carefully. UPSC says number of words are not that important, content of the word is much more important. So if there is a question for 150 or 200 words, but you have written 100 words and you think this is good enough, then please leave at 100. Don't try and exceed this whenever you want, because again, that is not something that will suit your answer. Okay. Megha is saying, Megha, I can't wind up the class because my class is till 8:30. If there's a session on YouTube, I think YouTube works in a way in which you can watch the session whenever you can. But I don't know if YouTube has changed its technology over the years. The last time I used it, you could watch whenever you wanted. But if it's an 8 p.m. session, you want to watch it live, go ahead, bye. You can watch the recorded version here. Anyways, so on that note, let's continue now. I hope most of your queries have been answered. Some people very angry with me because I did not take their question, and some people again angry because I took too much time. Anyways, let it be. I'm not standing for elections anyway. So the next topic that we are going to start for internal security is terrorism. Now, the first topic that we concluded in internal security was about Naxalism, left wing extremism. How does left wing extremism work in India? What are the problems, the factor behind it, and then what are the government initiatives about it? Moving on, we are now going to be focusing on the problem of terrorism in India. Terrorism, unfortunately, is a part of our lives, and we have read about it, we have heard about it since growing up. We have had multiple terror attacks in India, we have had terror attacks all around the world, and there are different ideologies in which they are based. Mostly, please understand this, the questions that the UPSC will ask from terrorism related issues will never be about a terror group. So please stop doing research about Al Qaeda and ISIS and Taliban if you're into that sort of stuff. If that is your weird liking, please stop doing that research in the name of GS3 paper. You are not asked those kind of questions. You are asked questions mainly about, again, the factors behind terrorism, government initiatives, the also one other very important question that comes in is terror financing. How do they get financing? What are the government initiatives? So please, while studying this subject from the newspaper or from the news, please don't focus on any terror group that I will read about who is the leader of this group, when was it formed, where does it work. No. If you do a lot of Google search about terror groups, CBI will come to you very soon. So don't do a lot of Google search about Al Qaeda and reading all that stuff in the name of internal security preparation. That is not going to help you out. We are focusing mainly on the government initiatives about different types of terror activities that we have, and also terror financing and how is it that the government is trying to stop that. Now, before we go ahead, a couple of very interesting things here. Why does a country face problems such as terrorism? Why is it that some countries historically have been more affected by it as compared to the others? Why is it that some countries don't see many terror related cases? It's There are a lot of factors involved here. I'll give you a real example. So before 2001, 2001, as you know, was the year that 9/11 attacks happened in US. The World Trade Center attack, the planes were hijacked, they were stuck into World Trade Center. You all would have seen those videos. It was in 2001. Till that time, America always believed that because of their geography, they are very safe. Look at this. America, if you look at the geography of America, look at the location. So this is America, right? The good part that they have is, number one, they share a border only with two countries. There is Canada and there is Mexico. Both of these good relations with the US. They have oceans on both sides. There's a Pacific here, there's the Atlantic here. So America had always thought before 2001 that doesn't matter wherever they go and attack anyone, no one can come and attack them. They came to Vietnam, they fought a war with Vietnam, thought that no one will come to us. They came to Kuwait, they came to Iraq, they thought no one can attack us because we are so far away. They took part in the two world wars thinking, oh, we are safe, no one can attack us. Everything was running fine till 2001. It all changed in 2001 when the World Trade Center attacks happened. That was a beginning of realization from America that no, they are also not safe. Because with the emerging technologies, with more finance coming into these terror organizations, doesn't matter where you are located, you are still not safe from terror threats. And that is a realization that America and other countries have also had. Earlier, these Western countries, America, European countries, used to blame India. That, oh, you can't even stop terror attack on your own. Oh, you need our help. You don't even have your own security. Because they thought that there can't be any terror in Europe. There can't be any terror in US. Now, in the past 20 years, the problems that they are seeing is making them much more sympathetic to India and other countries that have been facing terror threats since past as well. Now, there are a lot of reasons why India has these issues. India's location next to Pakistan, India's location in between two very interesting areas, that is the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. I hope most of you have heard these names. If you have not heard these names, so basically, crescent is the shape of the moon. So, Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle are two major drug producing areas. These two are major drug producing areas, major opium basically producing areas. These are drug producing areas, mainly opium. Now, what happens in this case is, since India is in the middle of it, so Golden Crescent includes Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Golden Triangle, on the other hand, includes Burma. Burma is which country? Myanmar. So Myanmar's old name is Burma. So Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, this is the Golden Triangle. India is stuck in between the two. And because we are stuck in between the two, there is a lot of illegal trafficking of drugs across our border on both the sides. Eastern side as well as the western side, we have a lot of drug trafficking coming in. This is where India is paying a price for its location. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, our former prime minister, he very famously said this. He said, the problem is you cannot choose your neighbors, you can only choose your friends. Again, he said, who is your friend? You can decide that. But who is your neighbor? You cannot decide that. And that is a big problem with the countries. Doesn't matter how powerful, rich, developed we become, our neighbors will always be China and Pakistan. It's not like, oh, we are such a rich country now, let's go and shift our country. No, we can't do that. And that is a big problem that India and other countries have, that they are dependent a lot on their location. These two major drug producing areas, they supply a lot of drugs into India across the border using drones, using different types of methods, which usually becomes a major terror finance network. For any terror activity, just like Naxal activity, they require funding. They require money to buy bombs. They require money to buy weapons, to pay to the people, to travel. All of that comes when you have this network that is a drug producing network. Now, again, if you remember the conflict map that we saw of India in the last module as well, we focus here about the Naxal issue. Terror related acts usually don't happen here. Terror related acts, the major objective of terrorists is to put the fear in the minds of the government and in the minds of the people that the government is not able to control the country. That is why most terror acts are usually committed at high profile places, either places where there are a lot of people, big markets, places where there are VIPs, places where the government should ideally have much more control. Very rarely, very rarely would you see a terror attack being committed or being committed in any rural area. You will not see that. You will not see, oh, in this forest a terror activity was conducted. You will not see, oh, the terrorist committed an attack in where? In a rural area. No. You will see terror targeting Mumbai, Delhi, Ahmedabad. These kind of bigger cities that you'll target because again, the objective of terror is to give a signal that the government can't even control their major cities where they have their own center of power. Now, if you see historically, there have been different security threats in India. Famously, Kautilya wrote in Arthashastra that there are four type of risks that any country faces. There are internal risks or internal threats. Naxalism is an example of this. External threats, let's say Pakistan or China. Externally aided internal. Again, when the Naxal groups get support of China, get support of Pakistan, and internally aided external groups. Means, for example, when you see there are some agents that are sharing their secret information with Pakistan or China. Have you heard of this word called honey trap? I'm sure you would have heard of this word, honey trap. This is the classic case of honey trapping. So, honey trap basically a situation where a person who has a lot of information about or who has a lot of critical information about the country. It can be critical information about your satellites, your weapons, your nuclear warheads, etc. If that person starts sharing information with someone else, it becomes internally aided external. As per Kautilya, out of all of these, the biggest threat is always the enemy within. The reason is, you know, if there is a conflict with Pakistan or China, you know 90% of the cases where will it be. You can be prepared for it. If we know that there's a conflict with China, we know it will be at the India-China border only. China, God forbid, China tomorrow will not launch an attack in Karnataka or launch an attack in Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra all of a sudden. We know Pakistan will not all of a sudden launch an attack, let's say in Nagaland. Because again, you know where exactly their threat exists. But with internal threats, you never know where the threat exists. And this becomes a problem here. That is why the government of India has been trying to ensure that there is enough security mechanism to deal with internal threats as well. Divya wants me to repeat honey trap. Divya, honey trap is a situation where a person who has some important information about the government, they how do I explain this? Okay, I'll give you an example. So usually what happens, let's say there is a big scientist in the country. Okay. Now this scientist meets a very beautiful, charming lady online, and the scientist thinks, of course she loves me. I am the best brain in the world. She will obviously fall in love with me. So this beautiful lady shows the scientist that I am in love with you. Spend some time together. They come into a relationship, and the scientist is proud because he thinks, yes, all my life's hard work has now shown great results. Now, before you know it, what this lady or what this love interest will do is She will make some compromising videos or photo or take some photos of this person, and then she will force the person to give out important secret information, and that information will be given to the enemy country because it was some other country that may have planted this spy. That is called honey trap. That is called honey trap. So it's basically, I don't know why they call it honey trap. You can call it mouse trap also. When you have a mouse trap, you have a piece of chapati or a bread inside that. The mouse comes in and then it basically shuts down. It works in the same manner. So basically, honey trap is a situation where people get into compromising situations and then they are forced to share secret with the enemy country. That's called honey trap. So again, it's a very common occurrence. It's unfortunate yet common. It's unfortunate, but it is common. And you see, this is a tactic that is applied by most countries. Most countries and their security agencies, intelligence agencies, do apply these kind of tactics. Anyway, before we go ahead and deep dive into different types of terrorism, etc., there is one phrase that you will see being used in India time and time again. This was a phrase that became very famous at the time of Indira Gandhi. So it was very famous at the time of Indira Gandhi. Whenever there was any law and order problem in the country, whenever there was anything bad, her response was always, there's a foreign hand behind it. There's always a foreign hand behind it. There's another country that is doing this. Now, there are two ways to look at it. It is true in some cases, it might not be true in some cases. But it is a reality that foreign countries do interfere in your internal matters. That is the entire job of secret service and intelligence agencies. Intelligence agencies all around the world do the same thing. India has had this history of foreign interference. I'll give you multiple examples. And if you follow international politics, you would know when the last US president election was held, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. Before that, there were elections for Donald Trump and Barack Obama. When Donald Trump won the election, it was alleged that Russia interfered in the American election. There is still an ongoing investigation going on in the US on the charges that Russia interfered in the American elections. And this is a reality. Countries do interfere in each other's internal matters because that is how they will keep their own interest at hand. For example, China, Pakistan have been interfering with our Naxal issues, with our Northeast situation. We have seen multiple such examples. And I'll, for example, right now, take the example of what is happening right now. Situation in Manipur is still not normal, although news media has not shown it to you for many months now. But if you actually read newspapers from the northeast part of the country, you will see situation in Manipur is still not normal. There are a lot of allegations that it has a connection with Myanmar as well. A lot of people, a lot of tribals from Myanmar have crossed over the border. Illegally, they are in Manipur. They are taking part in all this violence. So the foreign hand problem is a real problem. Countries do this. And before you think that, oh, we don't do this, we are the best country, we don't do this, others do this, there is no proof that no, that a country does it or not. No one openly accepts. But Pakistan also puts the same allegations against India. So before you go ahead and before you make up your mind, in Pakistan there is a province called Baluchistan. Have you heard of this? Pakistan is a province called I'll see if I have this in the map. No. So if let's imagine this is Pakistan. Let's imagine this is Pakistan. Again, my drawing is very bad as you can imagine. So again, imagine this is Pakistan somehow. This area, basically this area, this is the Baluchistan area. Now, the history of Baluchistan is very interesting. I'll tell you what the history is. So, Baluchistan is one of the provinces of Pakistan. It is very, very ill developed, almost no development. It's a tribal area. Now, this is an area where the tribal population, the Baluch population, they have always demanded that we are not a part of Pakistan. They have always demanded independence. In fact, you go as back as 1947. Their leaders say that in 1947, when the British left, their leaders said the British promised them independence, but they denied them later on and they were forced to become part of Pakistan. Even today, Pakistan does not have, or Pakistan government does not have proper control over Balochistan. There are very common attacks on Pakistan military in Balochistan. Not just Pakistan military. Chinese military is setting up their big CPEC project. China, as you know, has set up this big Gwadar port in Pakistan. You would have read this. So in over here, there's a port called Gwadar port. Somewhere here, there is Gwadar port. So Gwadar port is set up by China in Pakistan. This is also in Balochistan only. And at the Gwadar port, the Chinese military, Chinese engineers have been attacked. So a lot of things have happened in Balochistan. The interesting part is whenever Balochistan leaders give any statement, they always give statement in favor of India. They always praise India. They always say India is a great country, India is a great friend, we like Indian leaders, etc., etc. And Indian leaders also, whenever Indian government makes a statement, we make a statement always in favor of Balochistan. Now, Pakistan has always said that India interferes in Balochistan. Pakistan always says that India supplies money to Baloch leaders. India is the one that gives weapon to Baloch leaders. India is the one that is behind all these problems. See, you don't read Pakistan newspaper. We read Indian newspaper. Just like whenever after any bomb blast in India, our first thought is Pakistan is behind this. Similarly, in Pakistan, whenever there is a bomb blast, their news is India is behind this. India is doing this. India has given money to Baloch leaders, etc. Now, obviously, government of India has never officially accepted this. Why would we accept? But there is a very interesting interview of Ajit Doval. Ajit Doval, India's national security advisor. In an interview, he once said, and this is an interview, you can see it on YouTube as well. In an interview, he once said that if Pakistan makes any trouble for India in Kashmir, I promise you Pakistan will lose Balochistan. Now, if such a statement is made, there has to be some reasoning behind it, right? There has to be some reasoning behind it. So again, no country openly says, yeah, 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 we are doing this operation in some other country. But every country, their security agencies, their intelligence agencies are doing this only. The entire objective of intelligence agency, security agency is to make sure our interest is safeguarded in the other country as well. So we do this in other countries. Other countries similarly do this in India as well. There are multiple allegations and there are multiple proofs as well. When the government commits any, when the forces commit any raid, we take up weapons of Naxals or terror organizations. We always see made in India, or sorry, made in Pakistan, made in China things. Made in China guns taken away from them, made in Pakistan guns taken away from them. So there is this is proven beyond any doubt that yes, there is a foreign hand. And as I said earlier, right now in India's entire neighborhood, all the countries are facing these issues. India is not the only one. But Nepal has its own issues, although we are not going into those issues. We are not preparing for their UPSC exam anyway. There are issues in Pakistan, there are issues in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh. In this part of the world, in what you call as South Asia, there are a lot of issues. And the interesting part is, most of these countries share a lot of things in common. Similar kind of culture, similar kind of people. For example, look at these countries: Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Pakistan, Afghanistan. If I pick up any random citizen from any of these countries and if I place him before you, you would not be able to tell if he's an Indian or not. In most cases, unless the person opens his or her mouth. Unless you open his or her mouth, they are just standing in front of you, you will not be able to identify are they Indians or not. because we have so many things in common. The way that we eat, the way that we dress up, the way that we all know how to play only one sport better than others. All these things actually indicate that there should have been ideally a lot more integration of this area. Most of this area was under the British only, so ideally the area should have had much more development, but unfortunately it has not been the case. Unfortunately, all the countries allege hands of each other. Every country says, oh, other countries interfering. Everyone says other countries interfering in our country. And that is why all these are issues. Okay. We will not be going into detail of what is happening internally inside. We are focusing mainly on India and the issue of the foreign hand that exists in India and other parts of the world. Now, terrorism is of different types, and we'll be discussing a lot of factors. We'll be discussing the issue of, for example, Khalistan. We'll be discussing the issue of what is happening in Israel, between Israel and Hamas. We'll also be discussing some of the other religious fanatic organizations that have impacted India. From here, we will resume tomorrow. Tomorrow's discussion will start with Hamas and Hezbollah in Israel. What is the issue? What are the different types of terrorism that exist there? And tomorrow we'll also be focusing on terror financing and what is happening in India. Oh, by the way, sorry, not tomorrow, on Monday. Sorry, I forgot. On Monday, not tomorrow. Okay. I have a few more minutes left. I'll take up some of your questions now. If you don't have any questions, you're free to leave in that case. If you have any questions, stay back and ask those questions. Sakshi Singh, if this is done unofficially, then people working this unofficially find out and the government will help them. Sakshi, yes, government helps them in some ways or the other. This is never open to public knowledge. Ankush is saying, what is the issue of India with Afghanistan? Ankush, there's no issue of India with Afghanistan. We would have lied if there would have been democratic government. Right now there's Taliban government, so we don't like that. Although India is in talks with Afghanistan, we have been helping them. India, in fact, has played a major role in Afghanistan development. Their new parliament building was made by us. Their biggest dam, the Salwa Dam, was made by us. Afghanistan's cricket team gets training in India. Their officers get training in India. So no issue with Afghanistan. Devjani is saying, does Khalistan issue come under internal terrorism or external? Devjani, internal terrorism, and we will be discussing this on Monday. Justin is saying, are we studying about other country internal security also? No, Justin, we are not studying about other country internal security. We are just studying about terrorism as a topic. Terrorism as a topic is a part of our syllabus. So we'll just be discussing different types of terrorism that exists around the world. That is where we'll be discussing the Israel thing. How is that terrorism different from the one that we see here? Lakshya saying geopolitics generally refers to what in internal security. Lakshya, geopolitics basically means politics of a specific area. Geography plus politics. Politics of a specific area is geopolitics. Ram, 9/11 attack is also known as a World Trade Center attack. Google on YouTube, you just search on YouTube, you'll see two airplanes crashed into World Trade Center building. That is the 9/11 attack. Pavitra is saying, still is there issue with Pakistan? Yes, Pavitra, there are issues with Pakistan, which you will read in international relations. Sumo is saying, are agencies like RAW involved in the foreign hand? Sumo, officially they will never say yes, but that is the job of RAW. That is the entire job of RAW. Gunjan, this is my email ID. This is the email ID for those who are asking. Shivam, yes, cybercrime can also be terrorism. We'll discuss that later. Mallikarjun saying how technology can help in internal security of a country. Mallikarjun, in many ways, use of technology can give you better weapons, can give you better cameras, can give you better drones, etc. Can help you identify some people with the use of AI, with the use of facial recognition. That is all the help that technology can give you. Vaibhav is saying, why government of India not highlighting the important part of Manipur security and their rights? Vaibhav, no government would want to tell you its failure. If the government is not able to bring the situation in control, no one wants to share that with you. Would you tell the people, is there something wrong in your home? No, you would only tell the good part. So government is also working on that, but they are not openly announcing that the situation is still not under control. Then Ankush is saying, who is the actual enemy of India, country like Pakistan or more China? Ankush, please don't ask these questions. The UPSC will not ask you who is the enemy of India. Don't worry. Chill. No one is the enemy. Read internal security. Get good marks. Become IS officer. Chill. Don't worry about these questions. Who is the bigger enemy of India and what? Shweta, yes, you can. Okay. Gunjan, yes, I don't know when I will be able to reply, but you can. Um Parveen, you can mail me what your question is specifically, and I'll see if it can be resolved. All right, then. This brings us to the end of the session. The SME is still here. If you want to ask your question, the SME will answer those for a few minutes. I'll now meet you on Monday. Don't be late. We'll be here 5 p.m. Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend. Also, if you have not attended any session yesterday, any part of it, or today's, please do see the recording. Thank you so much. Have a good day ahead. Bye bye. Jai Hind.